Good morning, honorable members. We may have a moment for meditation, prayers. Thank you. I hope that silence helped us to connect and be honorable today as we continue with our process. Honor member, the apologies today seems we would have, up until we're finishing today, where Honorable Member Molefi Foko, Mahapela Mukabela, and then we have Madi Poko. Honorable, not Mayor Malefani Msimanga. Kindadi, Honorable Member Msimanga. Thank you, thank you. It's Women's Month this month, remember? Thank you very much. You are all invited, and welcome invited guests and honorable members. You are all welcomed. Good morning, honorable members. We proceed to motions. The Secretary shall read motion 1.
That the second reading debate on the appropriation bill number 2 of 2024 be continued with vote 12, sport, arts, culture, and recreation.
The vote before the House is vote 12, sports, arts, culture, and recreation. The Honorable MEC, Mayor Zanel Sifuba, may address the House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Free State Legislature, Honorable Premier, colleagues in the Executive Council, Honorable members of the Free State Legislature, Executive Mayors and Councillors present, representatives of the House of Traditional Leaders and Khoisan leaders, representatives of sports federations, as well as the Heritage Arts and Culture Councils, management and officials of departments, Baaiba Freistata, Bommeli Bontate, Dumelang. The Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation derives its mandate from the foundational principles enshrined in the Freedom Charter, the objectives outlined in Chapter 5 of the National Development Plan, and most recently, the commitments made in our manifesto, which is the contract with the people of South Africa. These guiding documents place a strong emphasis on nation building, social cohesion, and youth development, all of which are central to our department's work. Our department touches on every sector of society through its mandate to reinforce the importance of nation building and social cohesion. Honorable Speaker, we recently witnessed a proud moment for our province when the World Heritage Committee that convened in New Delhi in India from July 24th to July 31st, 2024, decided to inscribe the Vaihoek Wesleyan School Church as a World Heritage Site. This achievement highlights our rich cultural heritage and reminds us of the responsibility that we have to preserve and promote our historical sites and ensure that Vaihoek Wesleyan Church meets the standards worthy of its new status. After the due processes and consultative engagements have unfolded, this milestone will be celebrated. Honorable Speaker, the Free State celebrated yet another milestone on the 10th of August 2024 when Mia Leroux was crowned Miss South Africa, demonstrating that anything is possible with the right attitude, focus, and hard work. We congratulate her for her success. We also extend our gratitude to Team South Africa for their efforts at the 2024 Olympics, where they brought 6 medals back home. Free State congratulates our own athletes and team management for making the team that represented the country at the Paris 2024 Olympics. The team is as follows: Juanita Scholes, badminton; Tahira Augusti, hockey; Kyla Swartz, hockey, Maria Antoinette Low hockey, Ntsopa Mokoena hockey. These athletes will be recognized during our provincial sport awards ceremony. Although we did not win any medals as the Team Free State, we hope for the best next time around in 2028. The Paralympics will be held in Paris from the 28th August to 8th September 2024. And we wish all our athletes that will be joining that event a success and all the best. All these athletes that will be attending this event are from our incubation program under the Free State Sports Science Institute. We further want to congratulate the following athletes: Ethan Lowe from Heidedal, who has been selected for the Under-15 Confederation of Africa football team representing the Free State. Refilwe Pofolo from Bloemfontein, who has participated in the Junior International Table Tennis Federation Champions. And Refilwe is sitting there, our champion. Honorable Speaker, this budget is not just a financial pen, but a reflection of our commitment to the values and resolutions set by the African National Congress to build a cohesive, inclusive, and prosperous society. Our mandate is the promotion of sport and recreation, support of arts and culture and heritage preservation through intergovernmental relations and collaboration with municipalities, and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure will endeavor to expand access to facilities and investing in creative industries, as well as the promotion of national identity and social cohesion. We present this budget on this very important month in the calendar of our country. We still honor the bold action that was taken by more than 20,000 women on the 9th of August, 1956. But as the women of today, we also have the responsibility to pursue the struggle against challenges that we are faced with, confronting issues such as gender-based violence, femicide, and patriarchy. Motsamaisi wa dipuisano pele ke kena ditabeng ka otloloa ke rata hore ke nke monyetla ona ho lakaletsa setjhaba sa Basotho mahlonolo ha se keteka mongwaokgolo wa bobedi ho tloha esale se thewa. Selemong sena se hodimo Basotho ba keteka dilemo tsa makgolo a mabedi se theolwe, mme sena ke phihlelo e kgolo e tlamehang ho ketekwa e seng ke Basotho fela empa le ke ma-Afrika hohle mo ba leng teng. Ke tshwanelo le toka hore re nke monyetla ona ho fetisetsa ditakaletso tsa rona tse molemo hammoho le mahlonolo ho bana ba thari e ntsho, bana ba moshweshwe moshwashwaila, maaparakobo a matle ha ba keteka phihlelo ena ya nalane ya bona e bohlokwa haholo. Ruri ke monyetla le tlotla ho phela nakong ena ya ho keteka nalane ya bohlokwa ya mongwaokgolo wa bobedi setjhaba sa Basotho se ne se thewe. Ke boela ke rata ho nka monyetla ona ho hopotsa bohle hore ka kgwedi ena e hodimo ha kgwedi ena e hodimo e tshwasa re ile ra keteka mathwasa a selemo se setjha sa Basotho ho latela nalane ya botjhaba ba Basotho. Mathwasa a selemo a qala ka letsatsi la pele la Phato. Re tlameha ho kgothaletsa pepeso ya botjhaba ba rona le ho ananela nalane ya rona le re le ma-Afrika ke tsela tsena tse tshwanang tse tshwanang le ho keteka ketsahalo le tse tshwanang le tsena ka ha o motho ya tla re etsetsa seo jwalo ka ngaka KBG Maphalla a ileng a hlokomedisa le ho tshwaela a re dieta ke tsa hao diqi ke tsa rona. Honorable Speaker, for the 2024-2025 financial year, the department receives a total budget allocation of 641,789,000 rands. On Program 1, Administration, Financial Management, Honorable Speaker, Administration and Financial Management Program is allocated an amount of 116,372,000 rands. Program 1, which is Administration and Financial Management, plays a pivotal role in ensuring good governance, a clean administration, and building a capable state, notwithstanding the role that be played by its service delivery programs. We take this opportunity to welcome the department's improved audit outcome for the 2023-2024 financial year from previous years' qualified audits to an unqualified audit. As we enter this 7th administration, we commit ourselves to consolidating and escalating compliance measures for better audit outcomes and addressing matters that have been raised by the Auditor General, and I have no doubt that a clean audit outcome can be achieved if these matters as raised by AGSA can be addressed. The following responsibilities and business units, therefore, need to be an urgent attention. On human resource management, during my engagement with management in different programs, I've picked up that there are challenges of shortages of personnel, and also AGSA has also flagged these challenges of vacancies as a matter of serious consideration. Although progress has been made towards the filling of vacancies at managerial and operational level, we have critical positions such as the CFO, Director of Human Resource Management, that needs to be filled because at this point they are in acting capacity. Honorable Speaker, the filling of vacancies in public sector contributes to an important outcome of job creation in our country. This outcome of job creation also realized through the expanded public works program, which in the department is implemented through the arts, culture and culture. Excuse me. This outcome of job creation is also realized through the expanded public works program, which in the department is implemented through arts and culture, EPWP. The department has appointed 130 EPWP field workers in this current financial year, and these workers are placed in all districts for a period of 12 months and under the arts and culture stream. Although the process to review the organizational structure was initiated in 2022, it was never completed. And owing to provisions by the public sector regulations, there is a need to develop a strategic plan for the 7th administration and then review the organizational structure in line with the strategic plan. This process that we are going to embark upon as the department. Building on the current improved audit outcome, we need to institutionalize a very strong culture of ethics and in order for good governance and a strong compliance regime and a capable state to be realized. Ethics management has become one of the central pillars towards the realization of good governance, clean administration in the public sector. To this end, the Departmental Ethics Committee must continue to carry out its operational oversight functions optimally. Following the progress realized in the previous years after the appointment of the Assistant Director for Fraud and Anti-Corruption in the Security Management Directorate, the key control metrics reports from Treasury have painted a positive picture about the ethics compliance regime in the department. This positive reflection must be sustained as noted. Honorable Speaker, as noted earlier, we are delighted for the improvements in the audit outcomes. Supply chain management is one of those components that has been highlighted, but we are happy to report that there is improvement in the asset management and more needs to be done to ensure that whatever finding that has been found has been dealt with. The current positive audit outcome of the department is influenced by the number of interventions that need to be sustained. Some of interventions are technological innovations that have been employed to automate or digitize administrative processes. Just to cite but two such digital processes, an asset management digital system was developed to monitor the asset within the SCM environment. This system has most certainly assisted the department in addressing the long-standing program of asset management, which has for years landed the department in qualification audit. Secondly, within the financial management and environment, the electronic document management system was also developed. Through this system, documents such as salary advices are now delivered to officials electronically as part of salary control, PESAL, and PESAL control. This digital process has also enhanced our audit outcomes. Honorable Speaker, while consideration will be given to all these priorities with the administration and financial management environment as well as service delivery program, as outlined in this budget vote, it should be noted that serious financial constraints are confronting the department. Of the total budget of 654,419,000 rands allocated to the department. Only 38.7% of the budget is dedicated to programs and infrastructure projects, while the remainder covers compensation of employees. On Program 2, Cultural Affairs, Honorable Speaker, arts, culture and heritage is supposed to be one of our hearts and to be in our hearts and minds as South Africans. When tabling this budget vote and now addressing Program 2, which is the one responsible for matters of heritage and culture, I'd like to point out that I'm honored and pleased to acknowledge and thank those who managed to attend the Basotho New Year celebration that was held in Kwakwa on the 3rd of August. As a member of the Executive Council responsible for this function, I'm delighted in the manner in which this celebration was organized, and it showed honor and respect for the history of our cultural heritage. In advancing the cultural heritage of our province and in tandem with the Basotho bicentenary celebration that we are observing this year, the following programs have been undertaken by the department. Firstly, the Use of Free State Languages Act. Secondly, Language Services through Language Services Subdirectorate, the department continues to provide the following services: translation and editing, as well as interpreting for all Free State provincial government department entities. And thirdly, our Sesotho Literature Museum serves the purpose of observing and promoting Sesotho literature. And the Sesotho Literary works with literary giants such as Dr. KPD Mapalla, Thomas Mufulu, K. Inzane, Dr. Khozong Khatu, Mamutibedi Sihlabo, and so on are preserved in this museum. We also annually celebrate the Sesotho literary giants through the annual Dr. KPD Mapalla Memorial Lecture. Honorable Speaker, it is indeed our individual and collective responsibility to ensure the advancement of the cultural heritage of our province through the Cultural Affairs Program of the department, which for 2024-2025 financial year receives an allocation of 134,956,000 rands. The department has indeed sought out to advance the strategic mandate despite the financial and other constraints. The focus on the key and central mandate of the department will continue to receive attention, but will now be escalated with the implementation of programs that will give a dedicated focus on culture and promote the traditions and heritage of our province. We have announced to this House that the annual Mangaung African Cultural Festival, Makufe, will not be taking place this year. This program has certainly served to advance the artistic and cultural heritage in the province in over 2 decades. It has also been characterized by the commercial aspects, which were dominated by music activations. We need, I'm going to say it slowly, we need to categorically state it clearly that Makufe is a flagship program of the department and has not been abandoned by this department. Consequently, and as we have stated earlier, our focus as the department would be on those core programs which advances the cultural aspects that have featured in Makufe. These programs are implemented and will continue to be implemented at district and provincial levels as follows. We've got the District Arts and Culture Festivals, which has programs such as Ulucha, Minyabukezo, Amadodana, Sirumula, and so on. These programs seek to embrace the cultural activities. The Homebrew Provincial Festival was hosted in Maokeng, Kronstadt from 29 February to 4th March 2024. This program showcased the most promising and semi-professional Free State. The next edition of this festival will then take place in November 2024. The Clap and Tap, one of major arts and culture programs that has in the previous years assisted in moral regeneration and social cohesion is Clap and Tap music program. This is a cultural phenomenon that has captivated young people in our townships and has thus assisted in keeping them away from social ills such as alcohol and drug abuse, teenage pregnancies, gender-based violence, and so on. In partnership with Clap and Tap structures in the province, we will implement this Clap and Tap program. And the choral music program, in partnership with the Lingau Choral Music Association, the choral music program will continue to be implemented in the province. And like Clap and Tap, this dance and music genre is also important for social cohesion. It is also with great delight that we report to this House and to people of the Free State that the department is working in partnership with the National Heritage Council to coordinate the repatriation of human remains of two liberation struggle fighters from Zambia, namely Johannes Sabata Daudau and Ishmael Mahlomula Lwakle. Both comrades are from Mangaung, and with this project, the intention is to ensure that their remains are buried in their home grounds once the repatriation program has been completed. The remains of these heroes and heroines of our liberation struggle will finally find their resting place in the land of their birth. We pay tribute to these martyrs for their contribution to our liberation struggle. Honorable Speaker, the above milestone will be the extension of the work that was already performed in 2023-2024 financial year. The following programs were successfully carried out during that period. The Heritage Day celebration, which was celebrated on the 30th of September 2023 in Mikeleng, Ficksburg, Sitsoto Municipality. This program will be celebrated again on the 24th September 2024 in the same municipality, Mikeleng, Ficksburg. The Film and Television Summit was hosted in Bloemfontein on the 30th to the 31st March 2023. Renowned film and television producers, directors, editors, and playwrights graced this event with their presence to give support and guidance to upcoming artists. The purpose of the summit was to consult with content creators, the key role players in the film industry. A working committee was elected at the summit, and the department will continue to provide support to the committee to finalize the establishment and of the Free State Film Commission. On Mind Dancing, the 2023 annual Cultural Minds Dance Festival took place on the 19th of March 2023 at Vuyo Charles Stadium in Tabong. And 28 groups from different mines around the country took part in the competition. The Basotho New Year celebration, as stated at the beginning of the speech, was hosted on the 3rd of August 2024, and scores of people attended this program. This is also one of those annual celebrations that we hold as the department. During the financial year, we'll continue to support independent initiatives such as Central Music Awards, Free State Gospel Music Awards, and others. These initiatives assist the department in further rolling out its mandate, and where the department alone will not be able to do so. Partnerships should be the guiding torchlight in a quest to expand our reach, reach as the department. On Program 3, Library and Archives Services. Honorable Speaker, the Library and Archive Services receives an allocation of 259,053,000 this financial year, 2024-2025. The department renders library services through 186 libraries spread throughout the province. The following milestones has been realized in the area of library services in the financial year. The opening of Jan Libisi and Witumelo Sbotelo libraries in a community of Van Staden's Res and that of South Pan, respectively. The Rijabuka Reading Festival. This festival was hosted for learners from grade 4 to on the 4th to 8th September 2023 and it included 3 official South African languages, Sesotho, English, and isiXhosa. The festival also included deaf learners services of the visually impaired have been implemented in 27 public libraries in the Free State, and first-time users of visually impaired library services also participated in the program. This service is provided in partnership with South African Library for the Blind and is an ongoing program. This year's edition will be hosted from the 9th until the 13th of September 2024. Support for Black youth and women authors. As part of support for emerging authors, a total of 38,382 books were procured, and 1,100,000 was spent on books from local authors and booksellers, and 2 million was spent on women book suppliers. We'll continue to implement this important program and also prioritize the disability sector. With the technological developments that have taken place in our society, it has been possible to provide access to libraries and digitally through what was called library e-services. While we encourage the public to visit our libraries to access reading and other resources, we have implemented the digital programs that enable access to such resources without hindrance. Broadband is continuously being rolled out in our libraries, thus enabling even access to free Wi-Fi library users. The amount of 9 million has been spent in rolling out the broadband in our libraries. The digitization program plays a central role in preservation of the archival material for the current communities and future discretion of our histories. The archive services is in the process of signing a memorandum of understanding with the University of the Free State, which will assist with the digital preservation of archival material to provide access to archival records for researchers across the globe. On Program 4, Sport and Recreation, Honorable Speaker, the Sport and Recreation Program is allocated a budget of 131,408,000 rands in 2024-2025 financial year. The department's major sporting events hosting programs was recently given an added boost. The recent hosting of major sport events in the province has contributed towards rekindling and rejuvenation, not only of the interest in sporting events such as soccer and rugby, but also sport tourism. The province has recently hosted FIFA World Cup qualification match between South Africa and Zimbabwe, which was held on the 11th June 2024, as well as international rugby test match between the Springboks and Portugal, which was held on the 20th July 2024. Having noted the passion for sports and soccer in particular in our province, yet another decision was taken by organizers of the Toyota Cup to host the inaugural match between Kaizer Chiefs and Young Africans of Tanzania here in the province in Mangaung. And we know what happened. These matches brought a heightened level of activity, which set in economic signals in the province during that period. We'll continue to work hard to ensure that the province continues to be an attraction for events such as part of our major sporting events hosting a program. Honorable Speaker, I would like to extend our invitation to this House and the people of the Free State to join me in congratulating the Free State netball team, the Crinums, on winning the Telkom National League 2024 at Ellis Park Arena on the 19th of June this year, beating the Gauteng Jaguar team. These efforts are a continuation of following milestones already recorded in 2023-2024 financial year. The Nelson Mandela Provincial Challenge is a quest to continue with the preservation of the legacy of Nelson Mandela as a liberation struggle icon. The tournament was staged on the 29th to the 30th July in Zastron, and this province was preceded by district eliminations that were staged in all the districts. The Big Walk and National Celebration Day. This program was implemented in Bloemfontein on the 6th October 2023 as part of the quest to promote a healthy lifestyle in communities, and this program is a nationwide campaign to educate society around the importance of creation and engaging in physical activities. It will still continue on the 4th October 2024. On Free State Sports Awards, this event to honor individuals and teams who have excelled both on and off the sport was carried out will be carried out and hosted again on the 21st September 2024. The Nelson Mandela Boxing Tournament, which took place on the 12th August 2023, where we had our main bout featured our very own South African female champion Matsidiso Scorpion Queen Mukatsane from Kronstadt, who fought against Cecilia Peterson from Zimbabwe. And the main supporting bout also featured Jackson Lord of the ring captain from Bloemfontein, who fought against Jeriz Winghui from Guinea. Again, this program will continue before the end of November. And Women in Boxing Development Program will be implemented in partnership with South African National Amateur Boxing. The Provincial Rural Sport Development Program finals in partnership with Thabo Mfusanyana District Municipality, Maluti Apofung Local Municipality, the Free State House of Traditional Leaders, as well as the Netball, Football and Athletics Federations. The departments hosted the annual Provincial Rural Sport Development Program provincial finals in Putadi Chabaqwaqwa on the 14th October 2023. On the Premier's Cup tournament, the partnership with South African Football Association, the department hosted the inaugural provincial soccer tournament finals and finals in Mangaung on Saturday, the 30th of March 2024. The tournament, which was launched on the 20th of March 2024, forms part of the efforts by the department to continue to promote sports and soccer in particular in the province. And 16 teams participated in the tournament and each received a participation fee of 100,000. And Bloemfontein Celtics took home the 200,000 prize as the overall winning team. This tournament is staged in a quest to ensure that the province has a soccer team at a professional soccer league level, following the sale and the loss of PSL status by inter alia Bloemfontein Celtics and Free State Stars. In the remaining period of the current financial year, the above-mentioned programs that include the Big Walk and National Recreation Day, Women Boxing Development and others will therefore continue to be implemented. As we forge ahead with these and other sport and recreation programs, we need to upscale those mass participation programs, such as the OR Tambo Games, which are held in Legislature Municipality. The province will also host the Indigenous Game Festival from 24th to 26th September 2024, alongside the celebration of the National Heritage Day program that the National Department Sports Arts Culture will be spearheading. I have already stated that partnerships will be the order of the day in advancing our mandate. Through partnerships with different non-profit organizations will ensure that sports and recreation is rolled out across the province, and we will make sure that we also work with the federations, but of course, we must make sure that there are service level agreements that are signed to assist the federations. Part of our responsibility jointly with the Department of Education is to ensure that sport thrives within the school environment. In this regard, it is important to have an implementable memorandum of understanding between the two departments. The National Sport and Recreation Plan identifies school sport as the bedrock of sport in the nation, and as such requires our full support to ensure that as many of our learners as possible participate in sport. In 2023-2024 financial year, there were milestones that were reached. 75 schools were provided with sporting equipment, 300 educators and sport volunteers were trained, 812 learners were supported to participate in various national school championships, and In 2025, from the 2nd to 5th April, the province will be hosting the National High Schools and Learners with Special Education Needs, LSN, Athletics Championships, which will include athletes from across the country who will descend to our province to compete in various athletics disciplines. Honorable Speaker, we continue to strive to ensure that the Free State Province has a heightened level of sport participation, but also quality school performance. Through the High Performance and Sport Science Institute, 878 athletes received support during 2023-24 financial year. Services that were rendered to these athletes include 599 sport-specific testing, 9,777 strength and conditioning sessions, 146 injury rehabilitation sessions, 280 nutrition consultations, and 2 educators and training workshops. Given the fact that sports coaches relentlessly pursue innovative training and coaching interventions to find the extra 1% that is needed to turn the athlete's performance into the world-class performance, in 2024-25 financial year, the services that will be rendered to athletes and coaches will include the following: the Elite Athlete and Coaching Support Program, the Sports Science Support Program, the Sports Science for Fitness Program, and the Play for Fitness Program, which includes primary schools. Complementary to the aforementioned programs, coaches will have the opportunity of learning through the e-learning, which will be launched in Q4 for 300 coaches. Quarterly online articles for coaches, athletes, and parents will also be much needed sports science information to the public. On infrastructure programs, Honorable Speaker, infrastructure revitalization and maintenance will be one of the focal areas of this administration. I've noted that some of our facilities require urgent attention. In view of the unfortunate conditions that are in, places such as Vaihook Church Precinct, which we have earlier stated as now being inscribed as World Heritage Site, must be brought to a standard that is befitting and attractive to tourists. The Mabana Arts and Culture Center in Tabancho, as well as National Afrikaans Literature Museum and others, are the facilities that needs to be revamped and revitalized. We also delighted that a breakthrough has been made with regard to work towards the finalization of the construction of Wepener Library, which has been stalled for quite some time. The community of Smithfield will also benefit from the construction of an indoor sports center, which is currently under construction. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, as we move forward, let us remain steadfast in our commitment to using sport, arts, culture, and recreation as tools for building a better South Africa for all. I urge this House to support this budget and in doing so, support the future of our nation. Together with our partners and stakeholders, we will join hands in this very important responsibility of advancing the mandate of the department. It is indeed only through partnerships and collaborations that we can overcome the challenges that confronting us. Let us emulate our first democratic president who believed in social cohesion to build a strong nation, and sport was one tool that he deemed fit for the transformation of society. President Tata Nelson Mandela, in his vision, stated the following about the role of sport, and I quote, "Sport has the power to change the world, and it has the power to inspire, unquote. I pay respect to my colleagues in the Executive Council under the leadership of the Honorable Premier, Makwin Litzwa Matai, for the spirit of collegiality. I further extend my appreciation to the head of department, management, and the entire workforce of the department, as well as my inner office, for the commitment that they show in serving our people. I am confident that working together, we will achieve our mandate. Thanks to my family and friends for standing by me and understanding my official responsibility and commitment to the people of the Free State. I thank you.
Honourable Member, thank you. It is clear that many Many honorable members have delineated their colors to the mast of their support. And it is clear this is against the speaker. So next time, I've noticed and I know all of you. Next time when you speak, the time monitor will be off, and then I will do justice to your time allocation. Honorable Member Mabuya. If you are an Orlando Pirates supporter, you may sit down, your time is up. Okay, next speaker is Honorable Mabuya, who is not the supporter of Orlando Pirates.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, Honorable members of the House of Traditional Leaders, comrades and fellow citizens of the Free State, good morning. Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress stands as the leader of our society, charged with the mammoth task of guiding the national democratic revolution, whose primary objective is to build a democratic, non-racial, non-sexist society in which all citizens enjoy a better life, where their potential, their political, social, economic, cultural, and religious rights are fully guaranteed as enshrined in our Constitution. Honorable Speaker, the ANC's dedication to these ideals is deeply rooted in the principles enshrined in the Freedom Charter, which declares that the doors of learning and culture shall be open to all. This vision was further articulated by President Oliver Reginald Tambo, who urged that, I quote, "Arts should be one of the many means by which we inspire the millions of our people to fight for the South Africa we envisage," close quote. In our Ready to Govern policy proposal document, Speaker, we emphasize the critical role of a vibrant sport and culture life in the well-being of our society, recognizing that through sports, arts, and culture, we can cultivate a sense of national identity and pride that transcends our diverse backgrounds. The resolutions adopted at the ANC's 55th National Conference call for the revival of arts and culture as tools for mobilization, nation building, social cohesion, and moral regeneration. They emphasize the need for our government to intensify efforts in social cohesion, to promote the values of Ubuntu, and to ensure that the sports, arts and culture and heritage sectors receive the support and funding they need to flourish. Speaker, our engagements today are deeply ingrained and inspired by the ANC's long-standing policy standpoint and approach to sports, arts and culture, articulated eloquently in different progressive forms of frameworks and resolutions. This policy in its granular form is not just a statement of principle, it is a clarion call for the complete transformation of our society, a society that has been marred by decades of apartheid legacy, where access to sports and recreational facilities was systematically denied to the majority of our people. Honorable Speaker, the ANC's position on sports and recreation clearly states that participation in sports is not a privilege reserved for a few, but a right to all. This budget, which we wholeheartedly support, is a step towards realizing this right as it aligns with our commitment to the principle of equity and inclusivity, ensuring that facilities and opportunities in sports are open to all, irrespective of age, physical condition, class, or gender.
It is the position of the ANC that we must resuscitate community structures to guide government interventions in sports, arts, and culture. The ANC recognizes that the most effective governance is one that is informed and driven by people it serves. Honorable Speaker, this approach is intended to foster greater social cohesion as communities come together to collectively define and achieve their cultural and sporting goals. Through these structures, we will harness the power of local knowledge and passion to build programs that resonate deeply with our people, from the smallest rural villages to the largest urban cities. Deputy Speaker, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture deserves commendation for its commitment to the upliftment of women, particularly through its targeted support for Black youth and women authors. By investing in women book suppliers and procuring a total of 38,382 books, including spending on books from local authors and sellers, the department is fostering a vibrant literary community that amplifies diverse voices. Honorable Speaker, the ANC understands that the foundation of a strong national sports culture is built in our schools, and as such, we must strengthen the school sport program, especially in townships and rural areas. For too long, the sports programs in many of our townships and rural schools have been neglected, depriving young South Africans of the opportunity to develop their talents and pursue their sporting dreams. This budget addresses this issue head-on with a significant investment in the school sports programs. And it is clear that this investment is beginning to bear fruit. Speaker, it gives me immense pride to acknowledge the outstanding achievement of Lifo Iziko Combined School in Raids, Free State. Their under-15 netball team's triumph in the K. Motsepe Schools netball tournament, culminating in a 14-10 victory over Bokamoso Secondary School, has not only crowned them national champions, but also secured them a prestigious opportunity to represent our province and country at the International Youth Netball Challenge in Singapore this coming November month. This remarkable accomplishment is a testament to the power of school programs in fostering excellence and resilience amongst our learners. Honorable Speaker, we are particularly encouraged by the recently launched Sport Ambassadors Program, which is designed to complement the existing school sport system. There's no doubt that this program will bring experienced athletes and coaches into schools to mentor and inspire the next generation of South African sports stars. By focusing on township and rural schools, we are ensuring that the benefits of these programs are felt where they are needed most, helping to cultivate healthy lifestyle, promote social cohesion, and provide a pathway for talented youth athletes to reach their full potential. Honorable Speaker, the ANC recognizes that even in our post-apartheid era, the scars of our past persist. Incidents of racism, tribalism, and divisions continue to challenge the fabric of our society. Therefore, this budget draws from our social transformation standpoint, prioritizing programs that foster dialogues on these issues, encouraging national unity through artistic expression, cultural heritage, and sporting achievements. Honorable Speaker, the ANC has resolved to expedite the transformation of our heritage sites to reflect the full history of South Africa. We stand in collective pride as we acknowledge a historic achievement for our province, the recent inscription of the Vaihook Wesleyan School Church as a World Heritage Site by the World Heritage Committee during the session in New Delhi, India, in July 2024. This momentous recognition not only celebrates our rich cultural heritage, but also places upon us the solemn responsibility to preserve and promote our historical sites. Speaker, it is imperative that this and other heritage sites within our province are meticulously maintained and protected as reservoirs of knowledge for future generations. And in this regard, we have seen the department through its infrastructure revitalization and maintenance interventions, committing to making sure that we maintain and preserve this heritage site. Honorable Speaker, we note with profound pride and a deep sense of duty the significant initiative undertaken by the department in coordinating the repatriation of the human remains of two distinguished liberation struggle fighters, Johannes Sabata Tautau and Ishmael Mahlomola Loatle, from Zambia to their home soil in Mangaung. This project underscores our unwavering commitment to honoring the sacrifices made by these brave comrades. Speaker, the budget tabled in this context also aligns with our ongoing efforts to decolonize our cultural spaces, ensuring that they are inclusive and representative of our nation's true history. Part of the efforts to decolonize our cultural space includes activities such as Indigenous Games Festival, which represent a vital component of our broader strategy to restore the rich cultural practices and traditions that have been marginalized and eroded over time. Speaker, in light of this, as the ANC, we remain steadfast in our commitment to supporting and nurturing these critical sectors, recognizing that a vibrant arts and culture scene is not only a cornerstone of our evolving national identity, but also an integral part of our collective efforts to build a developmental and thriving society. For this reason, Honourable Speaker, I rise to support the budget vote for the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture on behalf of the African National Congress and urge all members of this House to do the same. I thank you.
Honourable Member, thank you. Honourable Member Klute.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me start to congratulate also the Springboks under the leadership of our own homegrown Rassie Erasmus with winning the Nelson Mandela Challenge Parade the past weekend. And Driekus du Plessis was born in Welkom in 1994. And for some reason, we somehow missed the test victory by the Proteas and the Winnies as well. And the new Miss South Africa, Miss Mia Leroux, born in Sasolburg. Speaker, I was reading through the comments on social media, and unfortunately it's very clear that some people are keeping bigotry alive and kicking. Let me read some of the comments referring to Miss South Africa. Miss Britain, South Africa. She represents the GNU, referring to the Government of National Unity. In fact, some of the comments are so bigoted that they do not deserve to be read in this House. I wish to believe that this represents a minority in South Africa and that the most of us wishes to treat each other with respect. I really hope I'm right. Also, let's wish the 6 ambassadors and athletes to the 2024 Summer Paralympics to be held in France soon very well. MEC, you should, through you, Speaker, you should now focus on the abuse of public funds. Maybe in your first 100 days in office, you can outline a plan to ensure that it will not be business as usual as the Premier promised. And let's start with the Free State Sport Confederation. I've reported allegations of misconduct to the SIU, which includes the irregular payment of so-called COVID bonuses of 50,000 Rand each to the FFSCC's treasurer and staff members, amongst others. Also, it appears that the Confederation does not deem it necessary to surrender unspent funds to the provincial treasury, which is a violation of the Public Finance Management Act. This was in 2021. I hope the investigations into these matters will be concluded soon. The question is, MBC, what are you going to do to make it different this time? Is there a plan to make the Confederation, for example, more accountable? Because they are accountable to you. And I know the Portfolio Committee is not necessarily going to delve too deep into this, although we should. It's been very clear that the Confederation appears to think they are above the law and above the MEC's authority. You need to fix this NEC. Because if this continues, the Confederation could be regarded as nothing less than a money laundering scheme, one that might only favor the ruling party, and that's wrong. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Member Khobane is not well and is not here. Honourable Member Shabalala.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Free State Legislature, distinguished guests, Dumelang kaofela. Sports, arts and culture are the avenues through which we express our identities, celebrate our diversity, and connect with one another across the many divides that exist in our society. They are the platforms where our young people discover their talents, build their confidence, and learn the values of discipline, teamwork, and perseverance. 3 million rands squandered on an event that never took place. Artists booked to perform to an audience of empty seats. Perhaps it is the lack of the awareness about the significance of commemorative days such as Freedom Day that leads a department to fall so disastrously. Makufe is not existing, and it is revived. We wonder whether the damage is already done and that the private sector has already taken over the space. Or Makufe has not been abandoned. Akai. My intention today is not to dwell on the various shortcomings of this department, nor to question the ability of the new MEC to bring about much needed change. I wish to highlight, Honorable Speaker, the critical issue at hand, which we believe has led to the many failure of this department, the lack of capacitated department. Kanete haeba re tla tswela pele ho dumella lefapha ho hloka matla a ho iketsetsa. Re tla bona re le boemong bo kotsi haholo ba ho ruisa motho a le mong. Makufe ha kgutle molemong wa setjhaba sa bo rona. Ha re tloheleng ho outsourca the projects that are important to our communities. Capacitating the department always means investing in the training and development of our civil servants and job creation in the sector, so that they have the skills and knowledge to design and manage programs effectively. Imagine, Honorable Speaker, a situation where the Makufe Festival is run by a people, not a department. Where the people who erect the marquees to the project managers were people within the department and not private individuals. The department would not find itself held at ransom, as in past years. To build an effective department, the budget allocation must go beyond merely funding projects and maintaining museums. It should adopt a forward-looking approach that ensures the sustainability and self-sufficiency to the program initiated. Ms. Fubari utlwile o beile ditaba tse ngata tse monate, mme re kopa hore ditaba tse monate mme tse o di tekileng e se ke ya ba pale ya maobane, e se ke ya ba tshomo, e se ke ya ba bobare enere. Re kopa dintho tse ntle mme tse ntseng re di utlwa diteko di ke di etsahale molemong wa setjhaba sa bo rona. E re ha ho thwe ho empower batho, re bone taba eo e etsahale, e se ke ya ba dintho tseo e kang ho thwe ho no ho fahlwa setjhaba mahlwana ke tsana fela. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Member Pretorius.
The Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, all Honourable Members of the Provincial Legislature, and most importantly, the people of our beloved province, the people who we work for, and the people to whom we account. Speaker, before I start my speech, it is with great sadness that we learned last night of the passing of one of our best councillors in the Mangaung Metro, Councillor Francois Rousseau Botha. Councillor Botha served the people of Ward 25 for 16 years as the ward councillor. Ward 25 includes the wards of Palisier and Figaro Park. For many years, Councillor Rousseau championed the water rights of the residents of Ward 25 as well as Mangaung and the Free State. He was truly a champion of water and water rights, and he was well known as the Waterman. The Democratic Alliance salutes you, Rousseau, and we thank you for your hard work done to the community. May peace be with your family, friends, and the community. Speaker, as we celebrate Women's Month, let us honor the women of our province. I pause to mention the numerous women who have used their talents in the field of sports and arts to emancipate women across the province, South Africa, and the world. We salute you and the work you have done and continue to do. Honourable Speaker, I must highlight and commend the outstanding work being carried out by volunteers in the domains of sport, arts and culture here in the Free State, our volunteers. Your tireless dedication and hard work are essential to the vigour of our communities, providing invaluable opportunities for our youth, especially in areas where the government initiatives have fallen short. Speaker, the Free State province is filled with rich heritage, culture and diversity. Our province is also filled with immense sporting, art and cultural potential. From our suburbs to our small towns and dorpies, our villages and the dusty streets of our townships, there lies a wealth of potential waiting to be unleashed. Unfortunately, not enough is being done to unleash this department's full potential and the substantial impact it can have on the people of our province. As the youngest member of the 7th Legislature, I must champion the dreams of the youth of our province. With an alarming rate of youth unemployment in the Free State, this department, as well as all others, must work harder to create an enabling environment for the youth to develop skills, obtain experience, participate in the economy, and live a life of dignity. The programs and the projects of the department and the organizations that the department funds through its budget must ensure as many as possible of our children and youth are exposed to arts, cultural and sporting codes. Grassroots involvement is critical. We cannot expect to deliver world-class artists and athletes if our youth, especially the most marginalized in our society, do not receive the opportunity to participate in sport, arts and cultural codes, and we do not identify and mentor them. Pathways need to be created to ensure the most talented youth have access to world-class facilities and coaching right here in the Free State. Honourable Speaker, this budget can play a crucial role in fighting poverty, inequality and unemployment in our province. One way of achieving this is by ensuring the department is getting value for its money. For the 641 million rand budgeted for this department in 2022-2025, to make a real and lasting impact on the Free State province, the funds must be spent on high-yielding programs and projects. Over the next 3 years, the department is projected to spend just under 2 billion rand. Honourable Speaker, surely this amount of money, if spent right, must have a lasting effect on the people of this province. The question that the department must ask is, how do we best utilize our budget to address the root causes of social ills? Crime, drug abuse, teenage pregnancy, as well as high unemployment. Understandably, a fine balance must be struck in the budget to ensure mass participation on grassroots level, as well as fostering an environment for elite athletes and artists to compete on the world stage. It is a budgeting balance that must be struck between grassroots involvement as well as ensuring high-performing athletes have the necessary facilities. Honourable Premier and MEC, through you, Honourable Speaker, most of our sporting facilities across the province are in a dilapidated state. This is particularly the case in our rural communities. The conditions of our soccer and rugby fields, netball and tennis courts, and swimming pools is of utmost concern. During a recent oversight conducted in Muakare and Kopanong municipalities, shocking scenes were observed of dilapidated sporting infrastructure. In the township of Mofulatsepe in Smithfield, the sporting infrastructure is being carried away brick by brick, tile by tile, fence by fence. Similarly, in the Nala local municipality, the Gotsong Stadium faces a similar predicament. Gotsong once hosted major sporting and community events. Honourable Speaker, this is the unfortunate case in many of our rural municipalities. These facilities are not just places of recreation, but places of pivotal concern for the community, their health, social cohesion, and the economy. Investing in the renovation and maintenance of these facilities is essential to preserve their functionality and to foster a healthy and active rural community. Honourable Speaker, through you to the Premier, our rural communities are in dire need of sporting facilities. It is one thing to budget millions of rands and to develop sporting facilities. The major question is, how do we maintain these facilities and get the community and our youth on the tracks in the sporting facilities, and how do we maintain them? We can spend billions on building new stadiums. Maintenance is the key here. Through you, Honourable Speaker, again, Honourable Premier and MEC, roughly 1 kilometre away from the 4th Raadsaal lies the Free State Athletic Stadium. It is unfortunate that this once high calibre asset of our province has slowly deteriorated. The athletic stadium has lost its international accreditation with World Athletics at the end of last year. The critical timing system used for track events is defunct. Now, what this means is that no new record can be set. Well, if a new record is set at the Free State Athletic Stadium, that record will not be recognized by World Athletics. So, an aspiring athlete can set an African or even a world record, but due to the non-accreditation of the stadium, the record will not be acknowledged. And this is our flagship stadium in the Free State. During a recent oversight visit, it was found that one of the 4 high-mast lights is totally out of order, and the remaining other 3 high-mast lights, around 50% of these lights were not functioning. Now, today we are having our sitting here, but we can't function if we had more than 50% of our lights off. But we expect our athletes to use the stadium in similar conditions. Although provision is made yearly in the department's budget for grants to the Mangaung Metro, the department must engage the municipality to get this provincial asset up to standard, accredited, and get our aspiring youth and community on the tracks again. Honourable Speaker, the Democratic Alliance also remains highly concerned about the future of the Free State Sports Science Institute, the FSSI. The institute has played a pivotal role in developing and delivering elite athletes who have competed on the international stage. The silence from the department regarding the future of the FSSI, as well as the National Development Training Institute, is alarming. The FSSI and the sporting precinct around Ward 19 in Mangaung remains particularly promising development. If the provincial government and other stakeholders invest in this project, it could evolve into a flagship facility of our province, driving both economic growth and enhancing community well-being. Speaker, more work must be done to ensure that the funds transferred by the department to enabling entities are used for the intended purposes as per Treasury regulations. And I think Honourable Klute also alluded to this. The funds that are made available by the department to these entities must actually reach the real beneficiaries. The AG the Auditor General has in the past red flagged that there weren't sufficient measures in place to ensure the money is actually spent on the real beneficiaries. Through the Honourable Speaker, I call on the newly established Portfolio Committee to work harder and to delve deeper. than ever before. Let's raise the bar of accountability through our work on the committee. Let's ensure the budget is spent on what and who it was intended for. Honourable Speaker, the massive economic benefit of hosting cultural and sporting events in the province cannot be underestimated. Not only do these events attract millions of much needed rands to the local economy, but the psychological benefits are also plentiful. One cannot deny the economic and emotional benefits the province once enjoyed through Punya Sele Sele, with the hundreds of thousands of loyal supporters in their white and green stripes filling our streets and stadiums. Our beloved Bloemfontein Celtic Football Club. As with Makufe, Celtic is one of the most valuable trademarks of the Free State province. The department must continue to engage stakeholders to see how best we can leverage these two brands to benefit the people of our province. I do understand that both are a developing story, but I'm sure the department recognizes the immense potential of these entities. Speaker, for close to 3 decades, Makufe has created massive opportunities for our local artists to showcase their talent and brought a strong economic injection into the local economy. Unfortunately, this festival has been marred by allegations of corruption, legal challenges, and political infighting in the past. The DA remains steadfast in that a festival must be self-funded, self-sustainable, and must not be a method of milking the taxpayer. Over the years, Makufe has become a national brand with much value, and it can add massive value to the province again, providing a legitimate platform for our artists, celebrating the diverse wealth of arts, heritage, and culture of our province. But it must be self-funded, and it mustn't be used just to waste taxpayers' money. Speaker, similarly, as valuable as Makufe was for Mangaung, there are a plethora of other cultural festivals across our province, many of which are being hosted in our small towns and villages. But unfortunately, due to a lack of maintenance on sporting grounds, recreational halls, and the dangerous roads, many tourists do not go to these events. And this is really a massive burden on these local economies, which need the stimulus the most. Then on museums, Honourable Speaker, from Betuli to Zamdela, our provincial museums and cultural facilities and heritage sites are in dire need of maintenance and better utilization. Through you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable MEC, I pause to note that you and your team recently visited the Sesotho Literature Museum as well as the National Afrikaans Literature Museums to go and see for yourself and to inspect the leaking roof and other maintenance issues. I applaud you for that and keep on doing that. Go and look for yourself. Thank you for taking the time. Honourable Speaker, these two museums are not only assets of the Free State and South Africa, but are indeed assets of international standing. And I think as residents of the Free State, we must start acknowledging this, that a lot of our heritage and culture does not only belong to us, it belongs to the world. We are preserving world heritage in these two museums. I trust that these two institutions, as well as others across our province, will receive sufficient funding to that are critically needed for maintenance. Moving on to libraries, during a recent visit to the newly built library in Smithfield, I was welcomed by a very friendly librarian and found the community making use of the state-of-the-art facility, computer facilities. I can commend the department on that library, and I do hope that all other libraries across the province will be in a similar state. Libraries play a pivotal role in the fourth industrial revolution. Honourable Speaker, MEC has made mention of the Auditor General's report and the many challenges that are faced there in terms of irregular expenditure, supply chain management, etc. It cannot be business as usual for the 7th administration. Things need to change. The DA envisions the Free State as the go-to province for sports, arts and culture and recreation. A province where all our children and people have access to world-class facilities and programs. Through you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier and Honourable MEC, I call on you to utilize this department to champion progress, to foster nation building and to deliver opportunities to all the residents of our beloved province. Ek dankie.
Thank you. Honourable Member Lieto.
Ke motho wa kgale nna. I was born before technology. Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive, Marena Aruna, Bomajoro Baruti, DG, all officials, Bomel Bontate, Baahi ba Free State. Kajeno re bea ditekanyetso tsa lefapha la tsa dipapadi bonono setso le boithapollo. Ke ne ke re fela ke qale ndithi ndingumadlomo yemngqolomsile uvele bampentsela usophicho uzondwa zintshaba zingazumenza nto. Motsamaisi wa dipuisano re motlotlo ho ba maloko a mokgatlo wa African National Congress o batho ba Free State ba o voutetseng ka bongata hore o etelle pele mmuso wa Free State dilemong tsena tse 30. Ke bua jwalo hobane ditekanyetso tsa kajeno ke tsa ho qetela ebe re tloa mona re lo sebetsa. Batho ba kgethile mokgatlo wa African National Congress ka May hore ebe ona mokgatlo o ba busang mona Free State. Re batla ho ba leboha haholo baahi ba Free State ka ho ba le tshepo mokgatlong wa African National Congress. Ha re bua lekgotleng la ketsa molao kajeno ka ditekanyetso re ho bona ka mora mona re tlo tswella pele re lo etsa bonnete ba hore re ntshetsa maphelo a bona pele re sebedisa matlole a teng mmusong selemong sena sa ditjhelete. Re le mokgatlo wa ANC re tshepile batho ba Free State hobane re tsamaile le bona dilemo tse 30 ebile re tlo tsamaya le bona ho ya pele. Motsamaisi wa dipuisano re le ANC re tshehetsa ditekanyetso tsa lefapha la tsa dipapadi bonono setso le botjhaba. Lefapha lena la dipapadi bonono setso le setjhaba se na le mosebetsi o moholo wa ho kopanya setjhaba le ho sibolla talente ka hara metse ya rona. Empa ke batla ho theoletsa sekolo sa Leifo Iziko jwalo ka ha MEC wa thuto a se a buile ba ya mane Singapore e le hore ba lo bapala netball mo re ya ba theoletsa. Empa MEC ha ke mametse hoseng ke utlwile hore mokwetlisi wa sehlopha seo ke mokwetlisi ya ithaopang a etsang hore o fana ka tshebeletso ya hae setjhabeng sekolong seo a sa lefuwe. O kopa fela hore sekolo se mo fe disebediswa tsa hore a kgone ho ikwetlisa bana. Re tlo kopa fela hore lefapha le sebedisane le lefapha la thuto ho etsa bonnete ba hore bakwetlisi ba bangata ba dipapadi tse fapaneng ba kwetliswa ka hara province ya rona ya Free State ho etsa bonnete ba hore ntho ena e reng ke Wednesday Sports Magnificent e kgone ho tswella pele re tlose bana ba rona diterateng. The African National Congress-led government has for the past 30 years been a promoter of sports arts culture. It is in the same spirit that I want to quote the longest-serving president of the African National Congress, O.R. Tambo, who once said, and I quote, "The children of any nation are its future, a country, a movement. A person that does not value its youth and children does not deserve its future." Therefore, as we build future leaders, the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation plays a vital role through sports, nation building and social cohesion. The ANC-led government has never shifted their eyes on its people when it comes to issues raised related to sports, arts and culture. The mandate of the department is to promote and develop sports, arts and culture in an attempt to preserve our culture within the province and beyond. The aim of the department is to foster creativity, inclusivity, and promote excellence in contributing to the overall being of our people. Honorable Speaker, as the province, we are honored that the World Heritage Committee that convened in New Delhi, as the MEC has indicated, decided to designate the Vaihook Wesleyan School Church in Bloemfontein as as a World Heritage Day. All of us knows which organization was born there. It's not a secret. And we are happy of the work of being done by the department in ensuring that we go paperless in an attempt to save the environment. We noted the initiative of sending salary advices to officials electronically as a way to increase security of official documents, but most importantly, as a cost-saving strategy. We support this initiative, but we also want to warn the department that they must look at opportunities that will use this progressive system to be ghost workers, receive salary advices, but not come to work. Speaker, let us welcome the department improved audit outcome for the 2023-24 financial year. And we urge the department to employ the previous strategies of receiving a clean audit, because that department used to receive a clean audit in the past, and we are confident that they are going to be able to achieve that. Because this achievement demonstrates our commitment to good governance and accountability. However, we must not rest on our successes. To achieve a clean audit outcome, we must address the matters raised by the AGSA, keep areas requiring urgent attention, which include your human resource management. We also need to strengthen our HR capabilities to fill critical vacancies, including the CFO, director, and everyone, because vacancies create instability in any department. We welcome the EPWP program, which gives job opportunities to our people and empower them with the necessary skills. The ANC recent National Lekgotla has resolved that the age limit for participation in EPWP be increased. So we are going to wait for National to finalize that process, which is a progressive move. Honorable Speaker, we are excited by cultural affairs as reflected in this budget vote, and it also reminds us of the transformative power of culture to shape our identity, to bring us together and inspire our collective humanity. The department initiatives such as the Basotho Cultural Village and Sesotho Literature Museum are more than just a preservation efforts. They are a celebration of our shared experiences, traditions, and values, and it is through such programs that our history and heritage is archived. We are not only honoring our heritage, but also empowering future generations to build on the foundations laid by our literary and cultural giants. We are providing a platform for artistic expression, creativity, and innovation, which are essential for driving social cohesion. Basotho Cultural Village and other institutions of the department can also promote tourism in our province. So we welcome that effort by the department to continue making sure that those facilities are kept at the level where they are today. Honorable Speaker, this budget vote is not just a financial allocation, but a commitment to the values of diversity, inclusivity, creativity, as I said, and social justice that define us as a people and to our people. It is important for us to continue to weave the rich tapestry of our cultural heritage, and in doing so, build a brighter future for all. We are thrilled to see the impact of these initiatives in our communities. The opening of the Janle Bese and Boitumelo Sebotelo libraries is a dream come true for many residents, providing a hub for learning growth and community engagements. The Rejaka Buka Reading Festival was a resounding success, as the MEC has said. This will also assist our learners to read for a meaning, because we remember that the MEC of Education spoke about a challenge of young people or learners not being able to read for a meaning. So that initiative, which will be a partnership between the two departments, will assist our learners, including ourselves, not only learners, to read for a meaning. The partnership of the South African Library for the Blind is a shining example of collaboration and commitment to accessibility. The rollout of broadband and digital library services is a game changer, bringing the gap between traditional and modern learning methods. I applaud the department's effort to preserve our archival material and make it accessible to researchers worldwide through digitization projects. We are positive on the impact of these initiatives. We urge the department to continue their excellent work, promoting literacy, preserving our heritage, and embracing technology to enhance access to information. Together, we build a higher future for our communities. We are delighted to hear about the programs that are undertaken by the department, more especially in sports, as a way to remove our young citizens from alcohol and substance abuse. This initiative will help us reduce the alarming numbers of gender-based violence and femicide. Sports plays a critical role in promoting social cohesion, physical health, identity, and community development, and also relieves stress. Maybe some of us here must participate in those programs. But we want to urge the department to work together with local government to ensure that those open spaces where our children are playing soccer, because if you go in all the townships, you'll see our young people playing soccer. We just need to work together with local government to grade those sports fields so that our children have places to play, because it is a fact that the budget that we have or the department has will not be able to have sports facilities in each and every ward. Yes, of course, in the future we're striving to that. But for now, we will use whatever that is available for our own to thrive in their talent of sports. And Honorable Speaker, we do support the budget presented, but I think it's important that I deal with issues of the Makufe. Makufe was introduced by the ANC government, no one else. And it is the ANC government currently that is going to resuscitate Makufe, bring Makufe back, because Makufe is not gone. You do something in a particular period, you revisit it and say, how do you reposition it to be better than how it was in the past? Now I'm saying it is the ANC government which introduced Makufe, and Makufe is not dead. It's going to stay here. What the department is doing, we welcome it, that they are repositioning Makufe to be the platform that contributes to the economy of the province, but also create a platform for artists to unleash their talent and also make money, because artists are business people. As they perform for a living. They don't perform for free. So we welcome it. MEC, you are on course. Don't worry about others who don't know how Makufe came, and today they come here. But unfortunately for the EFF, Honorable Chabalala, unfortunately, the command of last night has created stress on her. That's why she comments
Wakala.
the department. She says the department
Wakala.
then
Order, Speaker. Order.
Honorable Chabalala.
Honorable member, please resist. Honorable member, you may take your seat. Resist the temptation of directly addressing the member. It actually invite members to respond, and this is not what I need in this house. Honorable member.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I was raising on that issue of point of order to say a member must not, maybe she must also sit down.
Honorable member, I've asked you to sit.
You see, problems that we're facing, Speaker, of people who feel they've got power of addressing others directly in this house. And as such, they're inviting us, and we'll unfortunately, we'll summarize it in no time. She will not even complete that speech. Thank you very much.
I think honorable member made it clear, and it was not necessary for you to stand up on a point of order when I've already made that clear. Please, members, I don't want to be a school teacher, a principal. Just behave.
Honorable Speaker, in the House, the African National Congress is mentioned, and we are not worried because it's a leading movement. Therefore, now and then we will mention parties represented in this House. So that's why I'm saying sometimes, because Honorable Chabalala, Urorisa, MEC.
On a point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
That's
the point of order, member. You can sit down.
Honorable Speaker, is it parliamentary or Honorable Speaker, Honorable Leto, I mean to say, always hi Emma, chabalala, chabalala. Is it parliamentary?
Really now, you want me to come and rule on that as a point of order? That is not a point of order, member.
Honorable Speaker,
That is not a point of order.
Honorable Speaker,
Yes.
ke a leboha ha e se point of order, ke tla mo araba ntse ke dutse fatshe.
No. There's this affinity between the two of you. Le ratana. So, I express a lerato la ho wena ka o bitsa wena. Seka mo araba. Honorable member.
O nno e kwaele jwalo ke tla mo araba.
Honorable Speaker,
O tla ba bodila, ha ke halefa, o tla ba bodila.
Meliato, ke tla o bitsa, another point of order. Ke tla o bitsa o nke stool. Ke tla o bitsa. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Speaker. We've had a lot of points of order the past few weeks, and I'm looking at the rules. I'm not quite sure. Are we supposed to mention the point of order we are raising on?
Yes,
The rule.
next time, any person who rises on a point of order, draw my attention to
Yes.
exact point of order, because you can't just rise on a point of order when there is no point of order.
So you have to quote the point of order.
Yes, yes. That will help you to read your rules. Yeah, so you don't just have to rise and say on a point of order. Mention the point of order you're rising on. That will help us solve everything. And I know we will not, it will minimize point of orders here. Honourable Member, you may.
thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And when we debate, my role was to end the debates on behalf of the African National Congress. Therefore, I would refer to members who came before me. That's why I'm saying, Honorable Speaker, the Makufe gave opportunities to the people of the Free State and Mangaung for the past period since it started. The people of Bloemfontein used to rent their houses to make an income. So that is coming back. Let them relax. The African National Congress understands Makufe more than any other party. Now, the Siwelele Samasele, we all know that ownership of a soccer team is a business. Therefore, we support the resuscitation of Siwelele, that it must come back in the Free State, because it was sports tourism for our own people, because the people of the Free State loves sports. Now, the ANC is on course in supporting, but what cannot happen is for ANC government to say we put money into a business without following procurement processes, which are outlined in your PFMA. So re kopa baahi ba Freistata ba tsebe hore Makufe e a tla. Selemong sena e tla qala ka di-home brew tse nyane e nyolohe e kgutlele mane mo e ne e le teng. Makufe ke a Freistata, Siwelele ke sa Freistata, ke tsa ANC kaofela tseo. Bana ba bang ba ntse ba bua ba di nyefola ba etsang, skala ba mamela ba tlohelleng. Siyaqhuba iyabuya iMakufe, iyabuya iSiwelele, sizawuthi Masieni, let's enjoy the Free State, because those are flagship projects started by the African National Congress. Ke a leboha.
Thank you. Honorable MEC, you may respond. What is the point of order?
Speaker, we have a street
Which
fighter
reference-
in the loose.
No, Which point of order? Refer me to the
The
rules.
honorable member.
No, refer me to the rule. Which rule?
When the decorum of the house is undermined, Speaker, by a
Refer me.
street fighter on the
Honourable
loose.
member.
On what point are you raising?
We can go.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think, let me accept and thank the positive comments and inputs made by Honorable MEC who opened the debate, Honorable Mabuya. Honorable Speaker, we do not run government based on social media. We run the department based on the mandate and our responsibilities to the people of the Free State. When Mia Leroux won the Miss South Africa, as the department responsible for the very same program, we had to congratulate her because she is a Free Stater, she was born in Free State, and we have to congratulate her and encourage more to come so that they can make this province proud, because our mandate is that of nation building and social cohesion, and that is what we are going to continue to advance. And in terms of the FSSC, I know that it's one of the stakeholders. And when I arrived in the department, I made sure that I met with every directorate, I met with every chief directorate, I met with the stakeholders, and I know what is happening. And we cannot come to the podium with the hearsay and gossip. We must be able to table the facts. If you have anything that you feel that the FSSC is doing that I'm not aware of, there is a process in the legislature to hold the department accountable. You can write questions to the MEC and the MEC will respond accordingly and clarify the facts as they would help you. And the issue of I think somebody mentioned capacity. If you listen to me delivering the budget or the speech of the department, I was galloping. And the reason why I had to read so fast, it is because of the amount of the activities that are performed in that department. And I believe that I have men and women in that department that are capable, that have been doing this thing, and that they are still doing this thing. You have the copy of the speech, you would see that there are many areas that I could not go through because of the time. So I believe in the team that I work with. I believe in their support, and I believe that that speech is full of the activities that they've performed and the activities that we are still going to perform together in this 7th administration. And I know without any doubt that the injunctions that we have made here today are going to be delivered by the team, the workforce that I have in the department. Honorable MEC Matabo, thank you. You have put it very well. The issue of Makufe. In the past, I remember very well that the ANC used to be lambasted of wasting money on Makufe. But today, people are saying, where is Makufe? And we are saying, as the department, we understand what Makufe means to the people of the Free State. And it is not true, by the way, to say that we are working with private people to do Makufe. As the department, we are not involved in any activity or whatsoever that is taking place out there. And whoever is using the logo and the name of Makufe has not been granted that by us. In fact, it is illegal because that is the property of the department, that is the property of government. And we are saying to you, we are going to reimagine Makufe. We are going to bring it back to its originality. It's not only about a festival that takes place on Saturday. Makufe must play its role in terms of culture, in terms of uplifting the arts, the local artists in the province. So we need plans and we need resources, and if we are going to do that, we need to plan thoroughly from the beginning of the year and not to do it because we satisfy people Baba Tangulo Jaiva on Saturday. It is our
our program, we're still going to own it, and we're still going to take it back to the people of the Free State. On the issue of the Celtics, I did not know that there were other people who were so worried about the living of Celtics. We know, we own, and we sympathize with the people of the Free State that they do not have their love, they do not have that legacy. And as EXCO, we've been engaging in discussions to say, how do we then make a way of bringing back Celtics, of ensuring that the people of the Free State have their team. In the speech, I mentioned the participation and the support we give to ABC teams so that we can have a team that will grow up. We can have a team or that we can even explore ways and means of making sure that the name Bloemfontein Celtics come back to the people of the Free State. We know it is our responsibility, and we know what the people of this province want, and nobody cares about them like we do, because we live amongst them, we know what they've been through, we know what they like, and we know what they don't like. The issue of, we've got the Institute Mosque. These athletes that you see, that some of them participate in Olympics and Paralympics, they are supported by this very department. They are supported by this very department, and I've mentioned that in the speech. So it should not, you know, sometimes you can just take the podium and say, Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, well done. You are on the right track. Continue with the good work that we are doing, because those activities have taken place with a little budget, with the grain of funds that we are getting from that department. We try and make sure that we reach every corner of the Free State through sports, through arts, through culture. We are making sure that we support even those that want to come up and stand and develop themselves in terms of owning their own businesses through this very department. We will continue with the programs that we have presented here today, and we will continue. The issue of the infrastructure, it is our pain, but we also need the communities to make sure that those facilities are taken care of by the communities. And I mentioned that we already going to start renovating Mabana. We mentioned that we are going to renovate the museum. We mentioned that and others. We said and others, because we are aware that those facilities have to be kept in a good shape so that they can continue to serve the people of the Free State. Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much, and I think a lot has been covered by Honorable MEC Matabo. Let us just support the budget, because there is no fault in it.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, the reply by MEC Sifuba concludes the debate on Vote 12 of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. The Secretary shall now read Motion 2.
The second reading debate on the Appropriation Bill number 2 of 2024 be continued with Vote 4, Free State Provincial Treasury.
The vote before the House is Vote 4 from the Free State Provincial Treasury by the Honorable MEC, Mr. Toto Ketsomakume. You may address the House.
Honorable Premier, Honorable Speaker, members of the Executive Council, members of the Legislature, local government and traditional leaders present, Director General of the province, the HODs, distinguished guests, councillors, and the visitors today. Honorable Speaker, when I stood up before this House on the 1st of August to present the budget vote for the Department of Economic, Small Business Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, I dedicated my speech to the victims of the femicide and gender-based violence. Today, as we conclude the budget vote debate of the 2024 appropriation bill, I dedicate this budget speech to all women out there who build up other women, who live bravely, who are both tender and fierce, who are strong, compassionate, unique, powerful, and ambitious, who fight for more and achieve so much more for themselves, their families, this provincial government, and the entire province of the Free State. I salute you, the grandmothers, the mothers, the sisters, and the movers and shakers of the homemakers that love us. Take care of us and shape us. Stand all and stand proud for all that you are. Phenomenal women. Honorable Speaker, while we celebrate the achievements of women in South Africa and the critical role they play in our society during the Women's Month, we remain deeply aware of the scope and extent of inequality when it comes to women's economic participation. It is for this reason that we will work closely with departments to achieve the target that we have set ourselves to allocate at least 40% of the public procurement spent to women-owned businesses. We are delighted to share that all our departments have embraced and are implementing the new preferential procurement policy. The policy, which for the first time provides an opportunity to accounting officers of various state institutions to include, among others, ownership of women in business as specific goals. Honorable Speaker, I believe that the government has shown to implementing the policy, we will be able to drastically improve from the 12.22% of procurement spend that currently goes to women-owned businesses. Honorable Speaker, the President, in his opening of Parliament address, pronounced the following three priorities for the 7th administration. Number one, firstly, to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Number two, to secondly, reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. Number three, to thirdly, build capable and ethical and developmental state. The Provincial Treasury, as the custodian of the public financial management in the province, plays a key role in supporting the provincial and local government to deliver on these priorities. The department will continue to engage and coordinate relevant stakeholders to encourage and persuade political and administrative commitment to good governance and clean administration, and further support and enable employees in the public sector to discharge their duties in a manner that will lead to governance excellency. This will be done without neglecting our duty and responsibility to enforce the above if needs be. Honorable Speaker, this budget vote speech aims to provide a brief overview of our performance during the previous financial year and outline our plans and programs for the 2024-2025 financial year. The Provincial Treasury has been appropriated an amount of 367,937,000 rand, which has been allocated as follows. Program 1. With Program 1, we provide leadership and strategic management and ensures that appropriate support services are provided to all other programs of the Provincial Treasury. Honorable Speaker, we believe that to help build a capable, ethical, and developmental state, we have to start with ourselves. The department currently has a vacancy rate of 18%, which is unacceptable if we want to provide effective oversight and support. The department will therefore embark on filling key critical vacant positions that are budgeted for. At the same time, we will be reviewing and rationalizing the organizational structure to ensure that it is aligned to our strategy and that we position the department to be resilient and adaptable in an ever-changing world. Honorable Speaker, the proverb that the shoemaker's children always go barefoot does not apply to the Provincial Treasury in terms of financial management and accountability. I'm happy to report to the House that the department has maintained its clean audit status for the 2022-2023 financial year. And when we table the annual report for 2023-2024 next month, members will see that we are indeed on the right track. This is a 3-year record of clean administration at our department. We indeed practice what we preach. The Administration Program 1 has been allocated an amount of 128,262,000. The Program 2, the Sustainable Resource Management. Honorable Speaker, the Sustainable Resource Management Program is responsible for ensuring that there has to be improved physical sustainability and discipline in the provincial departments and public entities. This huge responsibility is implemented through various sub-programs or directorates, namely economic analysis, fiscal policy, budget management, public finance, composition, and infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, we operate against a backdrop of the global economy facing downside risk occasioned by, amongst others, the geopolitical tensions, high inflation rates, and high cost of living crisis. The global growth is estimated at 3.2% this year and is projected to increase to 3.3% in the 2025. Our domestic economy is still faced with structural constraints, such as electricity load reductions and logistic inefficiencies in terms of the port and the rail, which undermine economic performances, as you are aware that electricity and transport are the heartbeats of the economy. The South African economy is estimated to grow by 0.9% in 2024 and increase to 1.9% in 2025. Similarly, the Free State economy is projected to grow at 0.8% in 2024 on the back of the construction, transport, and finance industries. The provincial economy is further estimated to trend around 1.3% in 2025. The challenge, Honorable Speaker, as noted by the Minister of Finance, is that the pie is not growing fast enough to meet our physical and developmental needs. We are pleased that amid the physical headwinds brought by, amongst others, the fiscal consolidation, unfunded wage agreements, and the post-COVID-19 challenges, we have been able to steer this fiscal ship towards steady waters. However, Honorable Speaker, we are not out of the woods yet, and we will continue working closely with other departments to ensure that the budgets are deployed effectively. Honorable Speaker, as I said before, our economy is not doing well, and that has serious implications for our physicals. We therefore have to do all in our power to ensure that the limited resource at our disposal translated into tangible services to our communities. I want to repeat this one. We therefore have to do all in our power to ensure that the limited resource at our disposal translate into tangible services to our communities. Our role as the provincial treasury remains to ensure the effective, efficient, and ethical implementation of the budget and the associated priorities, which is critical for the improvement and sustainability of the socio-economic development as guided by the relevant prescripts, such as the PFMA and the Treasury regulations. We want to reassure the House that we will continue to strengthen our monitoring and that working closely with the legislature committees will continue to hold the departments accountable in relation to ethical utilization of the limited financial resources. Honorable Speaker, we must recognize the challenges economic environment we continue to face as a province. Despite our concerted efforts, we are still navigating through turbulent times. In this context, cost containment measures, some will call it the austerity measures, are of the utmost importance and strategically imperative as part of attaining physical sustainability for the province, although there has to be a balance. These measures have resulted in immediate cost savings and fostered a culture of fiscal responsibility, discipline, and efficiency within the provincial government. By embracing cost containment measures and fostering a culture of innovation and accountability, we can navigate these turbulent times and lay the foundation for a more resilient and prosperous future for the Free State. We must build and institutionalize and internalize the culture of doing more with less. I want to repeat this one. We must build and institutionalize and internalize the culture of doing more with less. Honorable Speaker, mobilization of additional provincial revenue remains critical for the province. We cannot only survive on the national allocations to the province. The provincial treasury, through its coordination and monitoring role, has succeeded in assisting the departments to attain their respective revenue targets. The team work between the provincial treasury and the departments, including the Free State Gambling, Liquor and Tourism Authority, has resulted in an increase in revenue collection for the province in 2023-2024. We'll continue working hard to ensure that this trend is sustained over the 2024-2025 MTEF. Honorable Speaker, in the 2024-2025 financial year, the province is investing more than 5.1 billion in infrastructure projects. This is in line with what the Premier has said, we must turn the Free State into a construction site. This is an enormous amount of money which, if deployed correctly, will assist in igniting the economy and creating work opportunities. We have taken deliberate steps and actions to strengthen our monitoring of the implementation of the infrastructure projects. We are happy to report to the House that our Infrastructure Directorate is fully operational, and we aim to fill all the vacant critical positions that are being budgeted for by the end of the third quarter of 2024-2025 financial year. This unit exists to ensure that the rent spent matches the infrastructure work on the ground. Let me repeat this one. The rent spent must match the infrastructure work on the ground. We will share our monitoring results and insights with both administration and oversight bodies. The days of paying for work not yet done and getting away with it are over. Let me repeat it again. The days of paying for work not yet done and getting away with it are over. The program has been allocated an amount of 62,238,000 rand. The program 3, Assets and Liabilities Management. The Assets and Liabilities Management is responsible for providing policy direction, facilitating the effective and efficient management of assets and liabilities and financial management systems. Honorable Speaker, this program monitors and supports departments to comply with supply chain management prescripts. Since the rollout of the Preferential Procurement Regulation, PPR of 2020-2022, the Provincial Treasury conducted several working sessions with the department entities and service providers to address the implementation thereof. The program furthermore assisted the departments to work towards achieving the allocation of 40% of procurement spent towards designated sectors, particularly women-owned business, through specific goals and reconstruction and development programs. Honorable Speaker, the Provincial Treasury conducted several outreach programs over the past years to guide local businesses on how to conduct businesses with the state. This was done to assist them to further enhance compliance in terms of the different legislative requirements, introduce them to different programs available to community, so to enable participation within the mainstream of the economy. Over the past financial year, more than 500 local small businesses were supported in this manner to ensure that more of our money is spent in the province. We further provided on-site support to Free State-based businesses that are intending to transact with the state by registering them on the Central Supply Database, popularly known as CSD. The department will continue with this program during 2024 and 2025 financial year. Honorable Speaker, the Provincial Treasury offers assistance to the departments in the form of probity assessments or quality assurance. These are conducted at either bid-specific phases, which is prior to advertising, or bid evaluation stage to assist the departments to reduce bid cancellations due to SEM irregularities that will contribute to ballooning irregular expenditure. Honorable Speaker, we noted that capacity constraints result in departments taking long than expected to advertise bids and further delays awarding work to the deserving service providers. The above results in higher amounts of unspending, conditional grants, and unnecessary delays in implementing projects. To strengthen the implementation of supply chain management in the departments and entities, the Provincial Treasury intensify its monitoring by moving from reporting only on procurement plans to include assessments and critically analyzing those procurement plans. In addition, the department uploads bids on behalf of provincial departments on various legislated websites. Key compliances reports are tabled in forums such as the Forum of Heads of Departments, popular known as FOHOT, and the Provincial Executive Council, to enable oversight and accountability on the performance of those procurement plans. We further report on the progress made in the achievement of the provincial targets through the implementation of specific goals and RDP programs. We are confident that the passing of the Procurement Act will address some of the challenges experienced within the supply chain management, as it contains key principles such as the following. Number one, to leverage government procurement policy to promote socio-economic objectives. Number two, the Procurement Act aims to be a single framework regulating public procurement and to prescribe framework within which preferential procurement must be implemented. Number three, identified risk within the public procurement caused by corruption, state capture, and fraud within the system. Number four, to address issues of acting with integrity for those stakeholders involved in the process and produces confidence in the public procurement. Number five, provision is made for the codes of conduct for official bidders, suppliers, members of the tribunal, and other persons involved in the procurement processes. Number six, to address undue influence and interference in the procurement processes. Number seven, provision is made for automatic exclusion of specific persons from submitting bids, e.g. public officer, bearers, and employees in the public administration. Number seven, the provision is made for the bidders and all suppliers to be debarred from doing businesses with government if they engage in undesirable behavior such as providing false information in a bid or any other document submitted for procuring institution in connection with a procurement process or contract. The program is allocated 69,095,000 rand. The program 4, the finance governance. The role of the finance governance program is to promote accountability through substantive reflection of financial activities of the province, as well as compliance with the financial norms and standards. The program currently has 2 sub-programs, namely accounting service and provincial risk management and the internal audit. Honorable Speaker, all provincial departments, public and trading entities submitted the annual financial statements and related documents in terms of Section 40 and 55 of the PFMA by the end of May 2024 to the Auditor General. Although the detailed audit outcomes and reports from the department entities are confidential and will only become public information once tabled in September, we are thrilled to announce that for the first time in 9 years, the provincial PFMA, the provincial departments and entities audit outcomes do not have any adverse or disclaimer audit opinion. Honorable members, allow me to thank all my colleagues in the Executive Council and the HODs and the CFOs for their cooperation in attending our bilaterals, even on weekends, to address issues raised by the Auditor General. Your hard work has been borne fruit. 10 of the 13 provincial departments or legislature were able to obtain either a clean or unqualified audit opinion for the 2023-2024 financial year. 2 departments improved from a qualified opinion to an unqualified with findings audit opinion, and 1 entity improved from adversary or disclaimer audit opinion to a qualified audit opinion with findings. Though we announced the above progress, the road ahead is still long and needs much more effort and commitment from all stakeholders. We will continue to work hand in hand with the departments and entities to improve the audit outcomes for the 2024-2025 financial year. Honorable Speaker, to enhance the quality of the annual financial statements and consequently the quality of consolidated financial statements in the 2023-2024 financial year, the Provincial Treasury has embarked on, among others, the following activities: the quarterly interim financial statements of all the departments and biannually financial statements of public entities, trading entities, and the Housing Fund and the Legislature were assessed. Work files were simultaneously submitted to Provincial Treasury and assessment were done to determine completeness of the terms of the minimum requirement checklist. The CFO forums were held by the acting provincial accountant general as part of the provincial treasury's oversight role to improve on all the audit outcomes of the departments and entities. Reconciliation was performed between the departments and the Provincial Revenue Fund to detect material misstatements. The 10 departments and 2 trading entities submitted journals to the process based on the Provincial Treasury's assessment and the AGSA preliminary findings. It was important to process these journals to improve the completeness and accuracy of the financial statements submitted to the AGSA Provincial Treasury by the end of May 2024. Assessment reports are also forwarded to the chief audit executives and chairpersons of audit committees for their information and enhancement of their oversight role. Monthly assessment letters are issued to the HODs and the departments. Honorable Speaker, good financial governance is necessary to ensure that public funds and financial assessments and liabilities are managed transparently, accountably, and with integrity in the interest of government's goals and objectives. We will therefore continue with our monitoring and oversight activities in this regard. With regard to risk management, Provincial Treasury effectively coordinated training and webinars and partnership with the Institute of Risk Management South Africa and the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, ACFE, utilizing the corporate membership funded by the Provincial Treasury. Risk management committees established in the province in 2010 continue to operate with external independent chairpersons to ensure objectivity in discussions. The provincial risk management will continue to evaluate the maturity level of the risk management in departments and public entities to determine what extent does the risk management and to determine to what extent does risk management assist management to make informed decisions, emphasizing its role as a tool to enhance the efficiency and effective achievement of objectives. Recognition of anti-fraud and corruption awareness days such as Africa Day, Corruption Day on July 11, Anti-Fraud Awareness Week in the second week of November, and the International Anti-Corruption Day on the 9th of September will be a priority in our pursuit of entrenching ethics in the province as part and parcel of advocacy against corruption. Honorable Speaker, to emphasize that we put our money where our mouth is, I'm pleased to share with the House that the acting head of our own risk management unit, who is already a certified business practitioner, recently received an internationally recognized PECB certified ISO 22301 lead implementer certificate. This certificate shows that one has the professional skills and practical knowledge to implement business continuity management system based on the requirements of the ISO 22301. This achievement makes Mr. Mashibini the first official in the province to hold this prestigious and global recognized certificate. I'm not sure if he's part of the crowd now. Honorable Speaker, audit committees are instrumental to the improvement of the sound financial management in our institution. Departments and public entities have appointed these governance structures to perform their respective oversight mandates to assist on enhancement of sound governance, various aspects of departments and entities' functions. Further, an audit committee's chairperson's forum provides oversight on transversal functions in the province. As part of ensuring that there are adequate processes to increase accountability and effective implementation of consequence management, the Provincial Treasury embarked on a process for the appointment of panels of professional experts during 2024-2025 that will focus on the following: internal audit, risk management and internal control, forensic investigation and unwanted expenditure, and annual financial statement. The appointment will enable Provincial Treasury to timely assist the departments and public entities in execution of the above areas to ultimately realize sound financial management and good financial governance. This program is allocated 32,920,000 rand. The program 5, the municipal finance management. Let me now turn your attention to the local government finance. As we traverse the difficulties in local government, it is critical to comprehend the myriad benefits that efficient municipal finances provides to our citizenry. Amongst other benefits are the bolstering of the infrastructure and public service to stimulate economic development and improve our residents' quality of life. Honorable members, effective financial management is the cornerstone of a thriving municipality. However, we must not be oblivious of the challenges that we are confronted with, especially with the municipalities that are financially distressed. Honorable members, it is imperative to outline that a greater number of municipalities in the province are under financial distress, which makes it difficult for them to continue providing basic services and upholding public confidence. Clearly, by collaborating and putting creative ideas into practice, we can ensure that our municipalities continue to be robust and serve the needs of our people. Let us embark on this journey to comprehend how we can harness the power of municipal finance to build a brighter future for the Free State Province. Honorable Speaker, I sketch the plans and priorities for the financial year under review. Let me first articulate how we have performed in the previous financial year. The province has attained 8 funded budgets in the 2023-2024 municipal budget cycle through rigorous budget engagements with all our municipalities in the province. The attainment of funded budgets will enable our municipalities to be self-sustainable and provide much-needed basic services to communities, as well as to meet the financial obligations, including payments to creditors within the stipulated timeframes. Targeted support on revenue and debt management has been provided to the following municipalities: Setoto, Malutia Pofu, Nketwana, Mkaka, Tolopelo, Tukuluho, and Mohokari on several revenue value chain elements. An intergovernmental debt steering committee has been established, comprising of the Provincial Treasury, Kokta Salga, the Department of Education, the Department of Provincial and National Public Works and Infrastructure. The primary purpose of this committee is to render support with intergovernmental debt to municipalities by government departments as well as Section 21 schools. A total of 10 local municipalities in the Free State Province are participating in the ESCOM debt relief. These municipalities are Machabeng, Tolopele, Masilonyana, Nalamutkaka, Nwate, Dihlabeng, Ketwana, Pumelela, and Malutia Pofu. In terms of the program's objectives and conditions, ESCOM will write off 1/3 of its area's debt and interest as of the 31st of March 2023, if all conditions are met. Honorable Speaker, I must point out that municipalities that participated in the ESCOM debt relief will also benefit from the Smart Meters program. This means that such a municipality will be provided with a set number of smart meters, electricity and or water to aid in the debt collection. With regard to supply chain management, 17 out of 22 delegated municipalities in the Free State have established disciplinary boards, which will enable them to address matters of financial misconduct. Furthermore, municipalities have been capacitated on various elements of supply chain management with a view to assist them to enhance compliance as well as to enhance service delivery. Our accounting and assessment management program has offered technical assistance to improve financial sustainability and has ensured compliance with the yearly reporting framework. This has resulted in enhanced compliance with the submission of financial statements for auditing, from 14 municipalities submitting financial statements on time for the 2021-22 audit to 19 municipalities in the 2022-2023 audit. Kopanong and Tokhologo municipality improved from disclaimer to qualified audit opinions. On risk management and internal audit, all 22 municipalities were assessed for capacity in September 2023, as well as for functional in March 2024. Both risk management and internal audit forums were hosted in a bid to capacitate the risk practitioners, internal auditors, and members of their committees. Induction sessions were also held for newly appointed audit committee and risk management committee members. On municipal interventions, the provincial and national treasury, alongside national and provincial COCTA, continue to monitor the implementation of financial recovery plans in the affected municipalities. However, I must indicate that this is one of the key areas that the province should enhance capacity to bring about much needed changes in municipalities. Honorable Speaker, I must emphasize that the road ahead is still tough, as we are still faced with municipalities without full-time managers and chief financial officers and other senior managers. Honorable members, we cannot have our communities continue to live in squalor while we have municipalities with slow expenditure on conditional grants, sluggish implementation of financial recoveries, lack of implementation of consequence management, and non-compliance of supply chain management and other prescripts. Honorable members, supply chain management plays a vital role in terms of igniting the economy in our local government, as well as improve basic services to our citizenry. Thus, in order to uphold confidence in our respective communities, we will continue to capacitate municipalities on the different elements of supply chain management. We will further collaborate with other relevant stakeholders, COCTA and SALGA, on topics of common interest, such as training municipal account committees, MPECs, and members and disciplinary boards. Honorable Speaker, at the beginning of my tenure as the MEC for COCTA and Human Settlement, I spoke about my wish for a fora which will facilitate collaboration between COCTA, Provincial Treasury, and municipalities in addressing audit matters. It finally came to fruition this year with the District Audit Action Plan forums that took place during 2024, with the purpose of monitoring progress made by the municipalities in addressing the previous audit qualifications. Honorable members, it is our quest that the mayors and the executive mayors and members of the mayoral committees for finance are briefed on audit process on monthly basis with a view to solicit support where there are bottlenecks and monitor progress thereof. As part of supplementary academic support to enhance audit outcomes, the provincial treasurer will continue with master classes where topics around the common findings from the previous audits are discussed. District MSCOA steering committee forums will be resuscitated to improve on the implementation of municipal standard chart of accounts and ensure that there are roadmaps in all municipalities. The National Treasury is currently busy with the consultation for regulating 15 businesses processes, and municipalities are urged to take part in this consultation. In order to enhance financial governance within municipalities, the Provincial Treasury will continue with the assessment of key performance indicators as well as afford our support to municipalities on the internal audit and risk management. The sub-program will also enhance municipalities' capacity on internal audit and risk management, focusing on both the activities and committees of the internal audit and risk management. This program, the Municipal Finance Management Program, is allocated 75,422,000 rand. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the financial management is not just about numbers and budgets. It is also about shaping the future of our province and improving the lives of our people. By harnessing the power of effective financial management, we can build a better ethical Free State that is resilient, inclusive, and ready to embrace the opportunities of tomorrow in this mother province. Honorable members, as we look to the future, let us reaffirm our commitment to strengthening financial management and governance in the Free State province. Let us prioritize investments that build resiliency, promote sustainability, enhance the quality of life for all residents. Together we can create a vibrant, prosperous province where every individual has the opportunity to thrive. Speaker, as we conclude the budget votes, allow me to acknowledge and appreciate the support of the Premier and members of Executive Council, the presiding officers and members of the Public Accounts and Finance Committee for their support during the annual appropriation bill process. I must also extend my appreciation to our public and private sector partners for their continued support of the work of the Provincial Treasury. I wish to thank the HOD of the Provincial Treasury, Members Chaba Sising, together with the senior management and all other officials of their commitment to ensure that the department executes its legislative mandate. Thank you also to the staff in my office for the hard work and support. Thank you to the African National Congress for entrusting me with the steering of the provincial fiscus. Allow me also to thank my family for their continued support. My beautiful wife, I think she's present here, and Honorable Speaker, members and legislature, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Makume. The address by Honorable Makume on vote 4 then opens the debate for vote 4. Honorable members, I shall now allow Honorable Thabo Meko.
Malibongi Kamala Matota, who supports women.
Honorable Meko, please take your seat. Honorable members, please be notified that this is an open debate. You may continue, Honorable Member.
I am not under pressure to join MEC Matabo to continue to characterize the situation confronting the political discourse of our country. I think she is very much spot on. Speaker, Premier of our province, honorable members and our guest, protocol of observes. The ANC welcomes the budget vote of a department which is responsible to craft and implement the provincial budget of our province. Contained in the budget, Ms. Makume, is indeed a financial plan on how to meet the needs of the people crystallized from the election manifestos into APP, what we call government programs. The task of monitoring and oversight which you do, Ms. Makume, over the implementation of the budget, in other words, the spending of the monies, gives to governance system a lifeblood without which there will be no country to serve, and of course the people to service. Same way, the importance of the political will on the part of the leadership, balanced with financial prudence, cannot be overemphasized, as you correctly articulated. So supporting efficient and sustainable public finance management is fundamental to the promotion of economic development. In other words, budget or finances are not just for themselves, but for something else, which is service delivery. And I think that's the point the ANC is making, as well as good governance, social progress, and a raising standard of living for all South Africans. The Constitution of the Republic, Chapter 13, mandates Treasury to ensure transparency, accountability, and sound financial control in the management of public finances. These are the financial values that the ANC has ascribed to. The budget must, as a result, be strongly aligned to priorities as outlined by policy statement and, of course, by constitutional imperatives to realizing social rights enshrined in the Constitution. It is for this reason, and many, of course, that the budget is arguably the most important government document on which political and policy imperatives are pursued in such a manner that oversight and monitoring must not trivialize service delivery. In other words, there's got to be a balance between the two. We'll explain why we're advancing this argument. Without doubt, the ANC undoubtedly welcomes improved audit performance, Ms. Makume. The province has done well, Premier Makume. The government system needs to respond to the unintended impression that financial prudence has got more premium over the impact it must achieve in improving the quality of the lives of our people. In other words, the budget must talk to the priorities outlined by the President and the Premier in our province, derived from the election manifesto, which now constitutes a government program. The budget and finances broadly should be understood as an enabler. Efforts to build treasury capacity to monitor even the infrastructure project implementation is a decisive one in our view. And it will go a long way to help us to avoid other problems. And one of them, I think, over the years has been non-spending and some of these monies returning to national. And we're going to make a point now around the budget of the Free State and how to locate it. Recently, this year, Statistics South Africa indicated this year that government spending broke, I think, the 2 trillion mark, since 1994 up until now. And in another publications, it is Statistics South Africa also that reported that life expectancy has increased significantly after experiencing about 2 pandemics between 2002 and 2024. Its analysis captured as well the impact of possible social benefits representing the 3rd largest line item after that 2 trillion markup of our country being achieved. Now, the point that we're making is that it is these analysis by statistics, confirmation by Statistics South Africa, that when we analyze the budget and its impact, we've got to appreciate the indications like this one. It must not be the budget for itself and budget only for financial prudence or audit outcomes are good, it's welcome, but as well. And that's why the ANC would want to argue that the mandate of the Auditor General probably has got to be revisited or strengthened so that it also includes that it is a budget and this is the impact that this has achieved, so that we don't achieve the unintended. Auditor General comes and say 300 billion of unauthorized expenditure, people immediately think it's corruption. So it becomes the mandate of the Auditor General also to restore public confidence into governance, as well as of how issues of finances are being managed. Mr. Toto, want to draw the attention quickly on what we think is an important baseline. And I know you are very passionate about it. The DORA Act. That when GDP growth is steady and economies generally sluggish, state intervention becomes a recourse as well to lead growth for redistribution. The fact that market economy has got interest, it means that also in the process, it pursues a political interest, and we know that political interest maximize profit at the expense of the quality of the lives of our people. And that's why government has got to use its fiscal capacity to command state-led economic development for both the tempo and direction of the economy and for the economy to change tune. This we know that it is compounded by the baseline determination. Government takes taxes from us and redistribute this money back to us through government to be able to service us. And our argument is that the manner in which these resources are being allocated, it has got potential to sustain the apartheid spatial planning or economic relations. The entire Free State budget equals to 1 department in Gauteng. And we think that it's a very serious anomaly. And Free State has got to be a vanguard and lead that discussion so that, this trajectory is being rethought. I mean, we rethink it and then we attend to it. Otherwise, it has got potential to, sustain skewed development of the country. And this was one of the objectives of the apartheid government. Given this fact and reality about our budget constraint, focus on mobilizing additional provincial revenue, MEC Makume, is indeed welcome, including to invest budget to invest budget for it it makes financial sense. The entire provincial budget of the Free State is constrained, to the extent that if indeed we only rely on it, it will take us 50 to 100 years to realize what we want to achieve only through that budget. And that's why the initiative of increasing through, income generation and of course, to ensure that we improve the income of the province becomes very, very important. We welcome your energy to enforce development with political content using our own achievements in or on the front of policy and legislative trajectory. Your focus on the procurement, public procurement policy as well as supply chains are indeed courageous. We need leadership that has got courage to utilize these policies and legislation which are intending to enforce transformation in the economy. It is the achievement of the blood and sweat of our people that the democratic government was able to develop this thing. Secondly, the late and or non-payment of invoices has a serious adverse impact on the financial health of suppliers who are often forced to borrow money in order to stay afloat financially as well as to continue meeting their contractual obligations with state institutions. So we're arguing that the issue of the 30-day payment of our service provider continues to become very important, and there's got to be focus on that. We're happy that you touched on the issue of corruption. The agenda to declare corruption as synonymous with the ANC will never find any traction. The new mechanisms you are introducing to ensure that we continue to fight corruptions are indeed very welcome and are demonstrating that indeed the ANC has always demonstrated irritation against anybody who undertakes these things, which we're arguing that is a rob of the people. Speaker, the ANC through these debates adopts the budget vote as read by MEC Makumi. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, in light of the two apologies that were recorded prior, I shall now allow the Honorable Kluter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This department needs to be stable. We simply cannot afford our treasury being plagued by internal management issues. Now, this appeared to be the case when the previous MEC effectively redeployed another HOD premier to this department as the then HOD scope authority was reduced. Honorable Makumi, there was an investigation into these matters by this Public Service Commission and a report. Now, without going into the merit of the investigations, the Commission proposed a need for further investigation. Maybe it's time that you and the Premier be open and transparent about the details of that report. Honorable Makumi, last year the department promised emphasis on ethics and anti-corruption. Also, there were vows of lifestyle audits. I'm not sure whether I missed it in your speech, but I heard very little about these lifestyle audits. In fact, I think this should be a standing item on the proper committee. And what about skills audit, MEC? We are aware of at least 5 senior managers within your department who does not have the necessary qualifications for the positions they fill. Now, MEC, during the debate of human settlements, I asked a question on whether any conditional grants were surrendered to in the last financial year. The MEC couldn't answer me then. Maybe, MEC, you can indicate whether we did or not. With the financial fiscus being under continuous pressure, we need to look more into how the Free State can generate our own funds. Indeed, the department should lead the way in this regard, and measures by the Department of Public Works is commendable. But unfortunately, it might not be enough. In the meantime, the number of municipalities with funded budgets declined from only 8 of the 22 last year to 7 this year. Clearly, the in-year monitoring and reports are merely compliance by municipalities, tick boxes exercises because it is expected. One can even argue, and I think this is true, that municipalities regard these reports as a nuisance, and it shouldn't be. Municipal finance distress MEC, as you call it, is an understatement. Our municipalities have neither relevant nor realistic budgets. The biggest problem is that they base their budgets on expected income, which they seldom reach. In fact, this department provides so many services with Department of Kochte, but this department under Program 5, but we see no improvement in the financial positions of our municipalities. By December last year, as many as 6 municipalities were not able to pay salaries, and in some municipalities, those woes continue. MEC, you have a steep mountain to climb with local government. I wish you good luck, and let's see how you fare. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Squebele.
Honourable Premier, Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, members of the Legislature, members of the Executive Council, DG, HODs, distinguished guests, members of the media present, and greetings to all. Deputy Speaker, as we are commemorating 68 years of women's contribution in South African political struggle, their role and contribution are worldwide recognized, and we shall continue to salute and honor them throughout. We must, however, also not forget the international figures such as Clara Zetkin, a first prominent Marxist activist and advocate for women's rights. In 1910, at the Second International Conference of Working Women, she brought forward the question of organizing an international Working Women's Day under the slogan, open quote, "The vote for women will unite our strength in the struggle for socialism," close quote. Then she continued with the struggle up until 1911, where she organized the first international Women's Day. Again, let me isolate and recognize Rosa Luxemburg, whom her colleague describes as, open quote, most brilliant intellect of the scientist heirs of Marx and Engels, close quote. She is the source of inspiration to reflect on the meaning of socialist emancipation beyond the national boundaries. Both these female comrades contributed immensely in the socialist feminist theory, building on the works of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Now, as the ANC in pursuit of inclusive and transformative economic development, we will continue to support the provincial department and all the departments to ensure the inclusion of the previously marginalized, and will support also the issue of the set-aside and economic opportunities that are more evenly distributed. We must emphasize that as the African National Congress, we understand that the public procurement bill signed by the President aims to reform and modernize the public procurement system, and therefore we strongly believe that it will do the following. 1, promote local industry and job creation. 2, broaden economic emancipation. 3, improve transparency, governance, accountability, and reduce corruption. 4, streamline procurement processes across all spheres of government and improve efficiency and reduce wastage. Value for money in procurement. Others, the MEC has went to town to mention them. Speaker, the issue of global warming is no fallacy nor a novel, but a true reality that is confronting both the developed and undeveloped countries. As part of the country's contribution to sustainable goals, we are confident that the public procurement bill that signed into law will encourage procurement of goods and services that meet the environmental goals. Hence, we are of a view that the MEC and the department and all the officials should look into aligning the public procurement with sustainable development goals, which will help economic growth that is environmentally and socially sustainable for long-term economic stability. And on empowerment of SMMEs, youth-owned, women and others, we commend the department for making it easier for SMMEs to compete for government contracts through various campaigns and workshops that deals with compliance, that deals with registering them for CSD to ensure that they are able to participate in the mainstream economy. Therefore, we believe that there's an opportunity for growth for all small businesses, which are often excluded from large-scale procurement processes, and we appreciate that their inclusion can lead to more diverse and resilient economy. MEC, the 5.1 billion for infrastructural grant is valuable for job creation and service delivery to the people. Therefore, we support the efforts of the department to ensure that the resources are used effectively to build and maintain infrastructure. But we must re-emphasize that the companies that are incompetent or not completing the work that they are appointed to, you must move with speed to ensure that they are blacklisted and they don't get work in the Free State because they compromise job creation and service delivery. Once again, as the ANC, it is our firm view that this department, working with all other departments and local municipalities, it should ensure that SCM units are capacitated with existing human resources and empower others through continuous and periodical trainings to increase efficiency of SCM units. We say this because bids cancellations caused by SCM irregularities compromise service delivery and job creation. We support all the necessary intervention led by the MEC and the department official, including the process of quality assurance to these contracts. I must say that the ANC government it continues to demonstrate, honorable members and our guests, that out of 883 findings that were raised in respect of different department statements and 190, 96% and 92 respectively, they were resolved before, highlight the word before those financial statements they were submitted for auditing. That is what the ANC demonstrated. So we support this budget tabled by MEC Action Moses Makume, that he would lead decisively and with care the path of the province, and we support it. We are saying that what we are supporting as the ANC, we are supporting this budget based on an inclusive, transformative economic development, supporting the set aside and ensuring that previously marginalized group, they are catered for, and also what we need to ensure that, Honorable MEC, the cost-cutting measures, can they not come to the infrastructural grant because they affect the jobs and the service to our people. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Skwebela. Honorable members, in light of the absence of Honorable Msimanga, I've been advised that Honorable Dipoko would then stand in as his replacement. Honorable Dipoko. Masike nutata tete.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to the leadership of the EFF, the distinguished guests, members of the community. As a socialist movement, we stand here to reject this tabled budget of the Department of Treasury because it does not characterize the developmental state that you claim to be, MEC. It further entrenches capital, entrepreneurship, tenderpreneurship, by the way, and it rewards political dwarfs disguising as business people with tenders. So we want you to stimulate economic growth by investing whatever that you are getting to real business people, MEC. The notion of turning this Free State into a construction site is a farce. It's a bedtime story. You tell municipality that they must have a revenue collection strategy, say advanced, while you yourselves are dependent on National Treasury or really fetch elect. Is there anything that you are doing to collect some money here to sustain the activities? Nothing. Nothing at all. Yet municipalities are told something else that's different. Whatever, you always come here, got beautiful suits, misleading our people as if you spend much time thinking in the best interest of our people, while we get these types of the budgets. These are types of budgets that leave mainstream the economy untempered with, MEC. At best, what you do, you run to the tuck shops and you portray yourself with cameras as a busy person doing nothing. But we must, however, express our happiness that you introduced, or they've been there for a while, I'm not sure, these programs that you talked about, mainly sustainable resource management and financial governance. I suspect it's program 2 and program 4 that will forever ensure that you at least implement. Don't allow yourself to be disrupted, MEC. Financial compliance in the province has always been a problem, and there's no political will to correct this wrong phenomenon. Instead, there's a system of rewarding political cronies. And the committee, your APPs are always 100%. Yet, there's no service to our people. Go out and look, whatever you call service that is dispatched by the Free State government is a mess. Municipalities don't submit, some of them don't submit the annual financial statements. Maluta Pofu is leading in this regard. Kadis Kleymayenana from the Auditor General's office. A challenge being one of the municipal managers, Elimu deploy Lama second damo, who's busy enhancing his lifestyle. Security side, that man cost about 600,000, over $1 million, 600,000 per month. Yet we must think that be busy, you are supporting the municipalities. That's not the case. Nala is second in line. You know that municipality has no senior directors in 2 directorates supporting municipalities. This is a misled. Community service in that municipality and corporate service does not have the directors. There are important 2 bus services in this province. The interstate bus line and a bus line service, so Maluti bus service. And there's one peculiarity about these 2. There's one Charlie Pushud, who's a chairperson of Maluti bus service, who also sits, by the way, in the board of directors of IBL. Something is just not right about that, and I'm raising it deliberately. By the way, this guy is a nephew of Advocate Park, at some point who has been a senior administrator in the Department of Roads. But I'm leaving it to you. If it does not sound peculiar to you, let me come to Makufe, well-known Makufe. It would be a sin to the people of Free State that I leave this podium without really speaking about Makufe. Perhaps they must know what happened in Makufe. Money was wired from the Department of Treasury to pay the service providers there. And as such, there were the litigations and everything that came with it, including suspending some of the employees from that department. After suspending them, you go to court, you win a case, you leave the employees, they really hang and dry. Some of them are scattered all over. They are not even in their initial directorates. I'll not talk this year about 600 million that was surrendered into National Treasury ka baka la human settlement furore yeah the last financially. But however, I want to speak in the remaining minutes what we want to advise the department. At times it's wrong for us to stand here and not say anything, to try and at least speak some superior logic. You must industrialize. You cannot do anything. This is a God-given land with vast richness, by the way. It's only letting some private hands as they please about it. Mining industry being one of them, where you're not reaping anything, at least for our people. If not for the revenue of the state, at least for our people. Open up state-owned companies. At least out to the by state-owned company and road construction, epic and the pothole. At least there must be some sense of decency. Even if we are useless when I see, at least man move money so that there's a sense that people are babona something. So state-owned company, it will choose a whole lot of things. Let's take this one as an example here, road construction. Create msebetsi, so you appear useful. Because the number is not only a EPWP that you count when you stand here. You cap corruption because your tenderpreneurs. You capacitate the state. State say all the time, say you capacitate it and you improve service delivery. Lastly, absorb all EPWP people into your state. They need better salaries like all of us. They need stability like all government employees. They need medical aids like all government employees. And lastly, they need pensions because their children must live. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Leach, you may now take the podium.
Honourable Speaker, esteemed members of the House, as we delve into the specifics of this budget, it is essential to reflect on the critical role that Treasury plays in our provincial governance and to outline the path forward for continued improvement and accountability. Firstly, in the spirit of Women's Month, and as we reflect on their extraordinary impact, let us also reaffirm our commitment to addressing the challenges that remain. By continuing to champion policies that support equal opportunities and celebrate the diverse experience of women, we honor their legacy and pave the way for future generations. Malibongwe. It is a Zulu word meaning praised or blessed, relating to the 1956 Women's March. Let us then also celebrate our mothers and grandmothers.
Apologies, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, may we have order in the House? You may continue, Honourable Leach.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Let us then also celebrate our mothers and grandmothers, together with the strong men in our lives which paved the way for us. That said, let me acknowledge the Department's sustained achievement of clean audits. This accomplishment reflects a culture of financial integrity that can hopefully be transformed to other departments. With the recent appointment of Honourable Makume as the MEC for Finance, it is crucial that this standard be preserved and even enhanced. The clean audit track record in this department is a step in the right direction for this executive, and I hope your colleagues will make every effort to match this in the years to come. Honourable Speaker, the Provincial Treasury does not provide direct services to the public. Instead, the department's role is to support other departments and municipalities through monitoring and oversight. Treasury's primary function is to ensure sound financial management in both provincial and local levels. This support must be accompanied by stringent measures and effective oversight to maintain the highest standard of financial discipline. The DA therefore welcomes actions which support such as well as regulate and monitor the awarding of contracts. The department does, however, hold some power to address the economic and fiscal challenges facing the Free State Province. Recent economic data reveals a troubling decline in South Africa's economic growth rate, dropping from 1.9% in 2022 to a mere 0.6% in 2023, and a forecasted 1% growth for 2024. The Free State, in particular, is feeling the weight of these challenges intensely. Several factors have contributed to this downturn. Persistent energy shortages, fluctuating international prices for gold and platinum, and inefficiencies with our transport sector have all played a role. Compounding these issues are the almost non-functional municipalities, slow government spending, and the resultant lack of infrastructure. The irresponsible fiscal behavior has had a detrimental impact on our local economy, straining the finances of ordinary residents. Honourable Speaker, it is critical to address a few concerns within the department in order to best influence progress for the Free State and its residents. One of the main issues the department faces is the tendency to continuously bail out municipalities of their financial woes. This approach is not sustainable and does not foster long-term financial stability. Treasury must shift its focus from merely providing financial relief for municipalities to actively influencing municipalities to adopt better fiscal practices. By finding firstly the political will and engaging with the department, it is imperative that municipalities are encouraged to cultivate a culture of improved targeted spending that can help them become more self-reliant. MEC, the DA would in addition like to emphasize the importance of Treasury's role in assuring that municipal budgets are indeed funded. We urge the department to revise the current formulas used to determine whether a municipality's budget is funded and to exclude debt collection when calculating future revenue. Furthermore, there must be a concerted effort to ensure that conditional grants are utilized more effectively. There is a trend of slow spending by departments which hinders government spending significantly. Treasury must oversee these funds with greater scrutiny to ensure they achieve their intended outcomes and that this is done with the utmost efficiency. Additionally, a holistic approach to monitoring and evaluating expenditure is necessary. This means not only tracking the allocation of funds, but also rigorously assessing their actual impact and ensuring that they are spent effectively. It is furthermore important that Treasury adopts a more aggressive stance in ensuring accountability. Transferring money to a department is only part of the equation. Ensuring that the funds are used efficiently and effectively is equally crucial. Treasury must enhance its efforts to ensure that allocations are not just received, but are spent in a manner that drives real, positive outcomes within the province. Honourable Speaker, in closing, I would like to extend my best wishes to the new MEC, Honourable Makume. We encourage you to consider a shift in the budgeting model to foster greater consultation with political parties represented in this House. Moving towards a more inclusive budgeting process will not only enhance transparency, but will also ensure that the budget reflects a broader range of perspectives and interests. This shift will help transition the budget process from a mere formality to a more collaborative and effective endeavour. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Leach, before you leave the podium, will you take a question?
I will, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Jankelson.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I just have a short question for her. According to the latest Municipal Governance Performance Index by Ratings Africa, the 5 best performing municipalities in South Africa are Midvaal, Mossel Bay, Saldanha Bay, Swellendam and Swartland.
Honorable
And my
Jankelson.
question is, which political party runs these municipalities? Thank you.
Honorable Manje.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I think according to the rules of the House, the member is supposed to ask if the member of the podium is willing to take a question before he can proceed with the actual question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Manje. I had already noted him. The honorable member had agreed to take the question, though he started with his own overview before he got to his question. Can you answer the question, Honorable Leach?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member Jankelson. That is very easy. That is the Democratic Alliance.
I shall now recognize Honorable Rockman.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me first express our condolences with the family, the friends, and the DA on the passing of the late Councillor Rousseau Botha, and acknowledge his contribution as a councillor to the Mangaung Metro. Honorable Speaker, National Treasury's explanatory memorandum to the National Division of Revenue reflects that over the 2024 MTF period, 2.8 trillion or 51.1% of non-interest spending is allocated to provinces and local government. Of this, 2.3 trillion or 42.2% is allocated to provinces. It provides the context for us to understand that putting together the provincial budget is an unenviable balancing act. Provincial Treasury not only coordinates the development of the provincial budget, but it also becomes responsible to monitor and conduct oversight over the implementation of this budget through its various budget vote programs. In addition, it has a myriad of other legislative responsibilities, not least of which its responsibilities towards the local government sector. Provincial Treasury and the Legislature hold the smallest shares of the provincial budget at 0.8 and 0.6% respectively. Together with the Office of the Premier at 1.4% and COCTA at 0.9%, these budget votes are indeed at the center of government. We require them to achieve, amongst others, the priority of realizing a capable, ethical and developmental state. There must be serious consideration as to whether the funding position of these budget votes, specifically that of Treasury, is an enabling factor to achieve its strategic objectives. Treasury must be sufficiently resourced to execute its legislative and regulatory responsibilities. Honourable Deputy Speaker, through you, the message to the Honourable MEC is put shoes on the feet of the shoemaker's children. On sustainable resource management, our ANC manifesto provides that over the 7th administration, we will align monetary, fiscal and trade policy to meet basic needs and support job creation and industrialization. The Honourable MEC illustrated the very constrained fiscal environment of the province. Treasury ensured that the Provincial Revenue Fund closed the previous financial year with a positive bank balance. It is anticipated that there will not be a repeat of the 2023 financial year, where the Free State had to surrender a substantial amount to the National Revenue Fund. Total provincial expenditure is estimated to have been 90% at the end of 2023-24. It suggests that Provincial Treasury provided the necessary support and oversight to ensure that available funding was utilized by departments. We equally expect that value for money was fully derived with this expenditure. We remain concerned regarding the financial health of provincial departments and provincial public entities and encourage Treasury to escalate its work to develop and implement appropriate strategies that effectively respond to this challenge. This will include an increased focus on own revenue enhancement initiatives, as well as the implementation of appropriate cost containment measures that do not hamper frontline service delivery. Honourable Meko also reflected on this that the budget must indeed be an enabler for the achievement of our objectives to improve the lives of our people. We welcome the Honourable MEC's confirmation that the Infrastructure Directorate of Provincial Treasury is now fully functional, as this will bring about an additional layer of monitoring and oversight to provincial infrastructure projects and will definitely close a gap identified in the past. On asset and liability management, Honourable Speaker, the scope and responsibility and impact of the asset and liability management program cannot be overestimated. Provincial government will rely on its guidance in the process of implementing the provisions and realizing the objectives of the Public Procurement Act. Honourable Sigwabela outlined our expectations on the leading role Treasury will play to achieve inclusive economic growth through public expenditure, specifically on youth and women SMMEs. Departments and public entities will be well advised to utilize the assistance offered by Treasury in respect of probity assessment or quality assurance for supply chain processes. This will further strengthen the credibility of our supply chain processes. The SEM environment of provincial government will undoubtedly also benefit from the extension of scope of this program for merely reporting on procurement plans to including actual assessments and critical analysis. Without the necessary actions to act on those recommendations, we should avoid not creating a theoretical compliance, but actually put in practice corrective measures. We are very encouraged by the Honourable MEC's announcement reflecting the progress made in the audit outcomes of provincial departments and entities for the 23-24 financial year, particularly the absence of disclaimer and adverse opinions. It certainly builds on progress made during previous financial years, and the Honourable Leach has also echoed this positive achievement. In the 2022-23 Consolidated General Report on National and Provincial Audit Outcomes, the AG reflects positive progress made by the Free State with regard to addressing material irregularities as follows. In total, 12 of the 21 material irregularities have been resolved. In some instances, contracts were cancelled before further losses were incurred. Accounting officers have prevented financial losses of 47.63 million and recovered 70.43 million from third parties. Accounting officers and an accounting authority are also busy recovering a further 59.45 million. The AG commended those accounting officers who have instituted appropriate action, including consequence management, and implemented internal controls to prevent irregularities from recurring. This is an illustration of the commitment of the ANC to take concrete steps to combat fraud and corruption and strengthen financial governance in the public sector. It, of course, also contradicts the EFF's contention that there is a lack of political will to improve financial management in the province. It has certainly been a long and complex road travelled. We must commend the leadership of Treasury as well as the commitment of the executive authorities, accounting authorities and accounting officers of our departments and entities on this progress. On municipal financial management, Honourable Speaker, the FFC's recommendations for the 24-25 Division of Revenue included the following matters that affect the local government sector, namely an assessment of the response to climate change in local government, investigation into spatial inequalities and the efficacy of municipal spending in driving local economic development, as well as municipal cost recovery and the affordability of basic services. National Treasury set out its response to these recommendations in the 2024 budget review, specifically the explanatory memorandum to the Division of Revenue. We should take note of the following. On the impact of climate change on local government, National Treasury recognizes that all municipalities must prioritize the construction of climate-resilient infrastructure. It further emphasized that disaster mitigation, preparedness, repairs and maintenance must form part of municipal budgeting and day-to-day operations to minimize the vulnerability of infrastructure to climate risks. On spatial inequalities and the efficacy of municipal spending in driving LED, the FFC recommended a critical review of the local government fiscal framework noting that to overcome unique issues faced by municipalities, the fiscal framework may need to be radically rather than incrementally reconfigured. But National Treasury confirmed that it is reviewing the fiscal framework, that the findings will be subject to a rigorous consultation process, and that any reforms will be phased in incrementally. It, however, also points out that the diagnostic review of capacity building indicates that poor local government performance is not primarily funding related, but a result of systemic issues rooted in poor governance. On the district development model, National Treasury confirmed that funding to institutionalize the DDM is available through the Municipal Systems Improvement Grant for the 2024 MTF. On the municipal budget cycle, we support Provincial Treasury's continued technical assistance to all municipalities as part of the annual budget cycle and its continued focus on the sustainability and credibility of municipal budgets. This is obviously work it undertakes together with Provincial Kokta. Honourable Klute elaborated on the important matters relating to funded budget and municipalities in financial distress. And I think Honourable MEC outlined the practical plans of Treasury to further attend to these matters. Both departments, Kokta and Treasury, are advised to pay particular attention to the matters relating to climate change, the review of the fiscal framework and its link to governance matters, as well as the district development model in the work they undertake. We fully support the intention of the Honourable MEC to encourage political leadership and ownership of the budget and accountability processes at local government. The review of quarterly municipal budget performance statements and its reporting with recommendations to the Legislature are key components of the monitoring, oversight and support functions of Treasury and the Legislature in accordance with their respective constitutional mandates. The timely and diligent execution of these mandates will undoubtedly assist to improve the financial stability and viability of our local government sector. We wish to see similar progress in the audit outcomes of our local government sector that has been achieved by provincial departments and public entities. It is disappointing that the AGSA reported 268 material irregularities amounting to an estimated value of 5.19 billion and 170 auditees in the 21-22 municipal audit cycle. This was, of course, nationally. Unfortunately, some Free State municipalities such as Mangaung, Machabeng, Maluti, Tokologo, and Masilonyana found themselves amongst the 61 instances where the AGA to take appropriate action in respect of unsatisfactory progress made to address material irregularities. The recently established IGR Forum, the District Audit Action Plan Forum, should be welcomed as it will greatly enhance the coordination of critical work to improve our MFMA audit outcomes. This suggests that both Treasury and Kokta should consider escalating their support and intervention measures to ensure that appropriate action is taken where material irregularities are issued. The Public Accounts Committee could equally consider strengthening its tracking of progress made on implementing appropriate remedial actions when it comes to material irregularities. We do support Provincial Treasury's comprehensive plans and programs to assist municipalities to achieve the required improvement in their audit outcomes. Honourable Speaker, Provincial Treasury is poised to address some of the most complex challenges in an ever-changing environment. The Honourable MEC and his team should take note of the words of Paul Getty, British-American petrol industrialist, who said that in times of rapid change, experience could be your worst enemy. In essence, it means question everything, never rely on the status quo, and create a space for innovative thinking that will lead us to a sustainable and prosperous path. We support the budget of the department as tabled. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable MEC Makume may now reply.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Chairs, I agree with you that the issue of the equitable share is something that we must look, but we must make a case as the Free State to justify why we need maybe not equal, but more than what we have to address our needs. But we must also, as the Free State population, assist, because the population numbers shows that we have actually declined instead of inclining. That is why even our seats here in Parliament can be increased, because we are not really populating the Free State. So I can say to our we set our population. We set our population. So I agree with Honorable Chair of Chair. And I agree with Honorable Chair of Chair that we really need to balance between the service delivery and cost containment. With the cost containment, we really mean those leaks that also cause a harm to service delivery. There are things that we can do without really making use of finances, but we can still achieve the same goal that we have achieved without doing those. One of them is these meetings that we're attending. You know, people attending meeting, they drive here to Raadsaal just because they want to claim. And you know, COVID-19 has brought about virtual meetings. So the question is, why are we not resorting to virtual meetings instead of driving all of us and claim the traveling allowance and all? So those are just small things. But there are also these that are big in relation, that are coupled with corruption and state capture. And I've also referred to that Honorable Coach Dipoko. One thing that we must also not do is to trivialize the act, the DORA Act. We don't have to do it. But at the very same time, we must not undermine the act with impunity. We just need to strike a balance. When you trivialize the act, it's when you want it to be implemented to the latter with everything, even without thinking about innovative and other things. Honorable Klute, the discussion between the Provincial Treasurer and SIU on the lifestyle audit is continuing. 2023 reports hopefully will be ready for publication so that everyone could see what we are doing. But we're also encouraging other departments to do the same. Let's have those lifestyle audits. There's nothing wrong if you are being audited lifestyle-wise. They can only be wrong if you know that there's something wrong that you are doing. The report I got is that we only have one member of SMS who's not qualifying. And I want to balance also the issue of skills audit. Skills audit is not meant to punish people. Skills audit is just to show that we are lacking these skills. We need to empower those individuals. So the call we are making to all employees that raise your hand those without skills, so that you are then going to be skilled, so that in future we are able to do the right way. Also, the other thing is, skills is also going to address this thing of positioning people where they are not necessarily needed. So it's going to be addressing that. So it's very much important that we have raised. And Honorable Skwebele, I agree with you, Honorable Zama, on supporting of the SMMEs and fast-tracking the blacklisting of those companies that are being paid for the work that is not being done or the incomplete work. And a number of issues that you have raised here, including what you have referred to as ensuring that we support these MMEs and also be careful of not implementing the cost containment in relation to service delivery issues. That one, we're taking it as a point. Honorable Coach, I've listened to you very much careful, even when you are saying I'm useless without saying that. I will come later and explain what is a useless person. But the funding models of municipalities is the responsibility of national government. The local government spheres has to collect the revenues. The issue here was seated with people who can pay for services but who are not paying. The second one is people who are misleading our communities, making our people to occupy land that is not being evaluated, the land that is without resources, pressurizing municipalities now to take the little resource that they have to focus on bringing basic services in those areas. That's where the problem is. So if you can resolve those problems, municipalities can work on their own. So there's no issue about this thing. The only thing that we need to do is to ensure that we do these things. The issue of municipal finances will be then addressed. Consequence management, I've talked about it, we need to do it. The employees who are being disciplined and after being placed on other, the department can only determine that these people had a weakness, maybe in relation on how they deal with a specific issue. Then the department, being a responsible department, they have a responsibility to change them. Not for them to go and sit and do nothing, and skill them also in different spheres of their work. This is something that they can do. But I just check quickly what does useless mean, or a useless person, that Honorable Dipoko. And then Google says to me, a useless person is someone who's futile, someone who cannot do anything. It's not purposeful. But when I check my political revolutionary dictionary, it says it's someone who belongs to an organization of a leader who has a cult personality. A person who claps hands when they say their car is black, they clap hands. When they say their car is white, they clap hands. A persons who are being told that your friends and families can't like tweets of other people, that's a useless person. So if you belong to that organization, then you are useless. I'm not sure if I belong to it, but I'm just giving an explanation of what does a useless person mean. Honorable Leach, we really welcome your recommendations. These are some of the things that we can look at. On the issue of maybe broadening and the shifts of the budget, maybe engagements, we're also welcoming it. But we must also understand that our budgets now of late, they are people's driven budgets. So part of the consultative meetings that budget department and even in local municipalities who are doing is consulting people and all other stakeholders. So you're welcome as the DA to participate in those things. The only thing is when your inputs were now being tarnished by party political scoring by another honorable member here. And Honorable El Sabi, we really welcome your contribution 100%, and we will do all what we can do to ensure that we implement this budget. I still call upon honorable members to support the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The reply by the MEC then concludes the debate on vote 4 of the Free State Provincial Treasury. The Secretary shall now read motion 3.
That the second reading debate on appropriation bill number 2, 2024 be continued with vote 1, office of the Premier.
Thank you, Secretary. I'll give a minute to the gallery as they leave, to members of the gallery to leave. The vote before the House. Thank you. The vote before the House is vote 1, Office of the Premier. The Honorable Premier, Ms. Letsuwa Matai, may address the House.
Honorable Speaker of the Legislature, Honorable Deputy Speaker, members of the Legislature and Executive Council, executive mayors, mayors and speakers of municipalities, DG and heads of departments, chairpersons of public entities and chief executive officers, leaders of the African National Congress and the Alliance, leaders of faith-based organizations, leaders of civil society organizations, business community, comrades, compatriots, and friends. Honorable Speaker, this is the year of united action to defend our freedom and advance a better life for all. It is a moment of hope to weave our collective efforts to reorder our landscape for the good of our people. It is a time of awakening, recommitment to a deep sense of public service. Mindful of our common destiny, there's an opportunity to restore trust, optimism, and hope in our ability to respond to our people's aspirations. Never before has the need to be daring in what we do been so urgent, and time is not on our side. We need to act and act now. 30 years ago, we embarked on a path to build a province strongly anchored on the principles of democracy, equality, and shared growth. At the time, our immense task was to undo decades of apartheid legacy. Repression, poverty, and racism were lived experience of our people. Apartheid thrived on their pain, despair, tears, blood, and suffering. We remember the role Ruth first played in advancing the struggle of our people for national liberation and social emancipation. 42 years ago, on the 17th of August, 1982, she was brutally murdered through a letter bomb by the evil and monstrous apartheid regime. 30 years later, we are moving ahead with a great sense of confidence. When all hope seems lost, we build courage and regain faith. Things are now different. The courage of our people is being rewarded, and their aspiration continue to shape our development trajectory. We are now a democracy built on the principles of a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous society as we continue to rewrite our past. The wholeness of these principles is what makes us who we are today. Unlike before, people have access to water, electricity, quality education, and healthcare. We believe that National Health Insurance Act will intervene in access to healthcare despite some resistance by narrow interests. The business sector must take advantage of opportunities provided by Public Procurement Act, specifically on set-asides for preferential procurement. Our national grid remains under immense pressure. As a result, we'll be receiving a kind donation in the form of generators from the Minister of Electricity, Dr. Hositsile Ramokgopa. These generators will assist the people of Malutia Phofung a great deal. Honourable Speaker, the past few years have been challenging for us as the Free State Province. We are wounded. Our economy has been strained by global events, low growth, increasing unemployment, damaging poverty, and widening inequalities. With increasing budget cuts, the road ahead will be long and hard. But this is not time to complain. Collectively, we face these problems and must solve them together. People have voted for change and renewal. In this 7th administration, our actions will be decisive and hard decisions will be made. We'll bring about long-lasting solutions to our challenges. We'll unleash our potential to create jobs, reduce poverty, and lessen inequalities. Our social wage interventions will ease the high cost of living. We'll roll out infrastructure investment and support businesses to grow the economy. All of this will be made possible with the implementation of our initiatives to build a developmental and capable and ethical state. Honourable Speaker, as the center of seamless government, the Office of the Premier will strategically shape and oversee the success of the Year of United Action to defend our freedom and advance a better life for all. Work to set policy direction for the provincial government has begun. And through integrated planning, coordination, monitoring, and evaluation, we'll ensure that government policy priorities are implemented. This role locates the success of the performance of government in the Office of the Premier. So the center must hold for things not to fall apart. Failure is therefore not an option for us. Our people's expectations for a better life are high. It is our obligation to fulfill their hopes and dreams. From now onwards, our actions will speak louder than our words. We'll set the agenda for change shaped by our national priorities. Our work in this financial year will be shaped by the following priorities: drive inclusive growth and job creation, reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living, build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. These priorities embody our vision of leading the Free State Province towards service excellence. They will form the basis of our unifying program of action as a Free State provincial government. Honourable Speaker, effective, transparent, integrated, and accountable government is a hallmark of democracy and a requisite for growth and development. This is the purpose of Program 1, to provide executive support, ensure effective government practices, and embed sound resource management. All this is important. Changing priorities and increasing expectations require regular improvements of our processes, approaches, and practices. Success demands visionary, focused, driven, and strategic leadership. Besides serving as a secretary to the Executive Council, the Director General is entrusted with the day-to-day administrative responsibility to direct and coordinate the activities of the provincial government. This function entails ensuring integrated planning, coordination, implementation, and monitoring of government projects and programs. To maximize implementation opportunities, we need responsibility from all. Honourable Speaker, through the Executive Council, Mahotla, clusters, Forum of Heads of Department, Forum of South Africa, Directors General, President's Coordinating Council, Premier's Coordinating Forum, we continue to embed integrated strategic planning, alignment, and collective action. For this to really happen, we will need a renewed sense of integrated planning, coordination, and implementation between the three spheres. Our message is clear. We will ensure interdependent strategy formulation and connect our capabilities to direct service delivery implementation. Clusters will interweave various capabilities, collective action, and resource pooling to drive integrated planning and implementation. Programs of action that sets clear targets, identify timelines, and allocate responsibilities will be developed for clusters to implement. For better performance of this role, clusters will be reconfigured. We will equally develop external linkages with those critical for our success. We'll work together, and implement together. Let me quote Helen Keller here. And I quote, "Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much," close quote. Work performed by the Premier and Executive Support components will be focused and informed by the implementation of identified priorities. Honourable Speaker, the national fiscus is under extreme pressure. We have to do more with less. The needs are increasing, but resources are decreasing. Times are tough. Financial wastage and misconduct are costly. This we cannot afford. Every cent unaccounted for robs us of a better life for all. And this goes into the soul of the integrity of a developmental, capable, and ethical state. Accountability, transparency, and value for money will direct our financial approach. Reallocation of funds to do more pressing needs will be prioritized. Despite marked improvements, we are not pleased with the qualified audit outcome we obtained. We once again recommit to attain and improve audit income. To do this, we'll still work with the AG for support and guidance. This will include implementation of auditor action plan. Honourable Speaker, to show how serious we are about financial improvements, we reduced irregular expenditure by 50% and did not have wasteful and fruitless expenditure. Compliance with 30 days payment of supplies has improved. All this is thanks to the joint efforts of our financial, internal audit, and risk management components. We will continue to do more. Oversight of internal control, risk management, and financial governance will continue to be the responsibility of our shared audit committee. Working with the Public Service Commission will ensure compliance with financial declarations and implement lifestyle audits. We expect nothing but high standards and greater accountability from all. This will eliminate conflicts of interest that enables corruption to flourish. Cases of officials doing business with government will be referred to law enforcement agencies. Our partnership with law enforcement agencies to combat corruption and maladministration will be enhanced. Honourable Speaker, focus on our security management will include physical security assessment and information security. At the same time, we'll invest in advanced technological solutions to improve government security. We'll continue to conduct fraud prevention and anti-corruption assessment. Vetting of supply chain and financial management officials and senior managers will be undertaken. The process of monitoring the implementation of this program in other departments will ensue. To fulfill these responsibilities, 108,244,000 rands has been made available for Program 1 in this 2024-25 financial year. Honourable Speaker, no developmental state will ever succeed without legitimacy, capacity, integrity, right institutions, and commitment to democratic values. Performance of this function is the role of Program 2. It provides strategic cooperative support services to the provincial government. This year, we'll aim high, dream big, and work smart to realize the ideals of a developmental state. Government roles and priorities will be aligned. This will necessitate a review of organizational structure to improve operational effectiveness and efficiency. Organizational development section will ensure that we have a modern and effective government. Alongside this reconfiguration will be the filling of vacant critical positions. This will reduce workload, boost morale, and strengthen performance. We stand committed to improve performance management, and there will be consequence management for poor performance in government. People expect nothing but selfless, honest, and dedicated public servants. So there will be no tolerance for poor performance. Our human resource management and advice unit will drive a renewed energy towards ethical conduct in government. Surely, the quality of services depends on the caliber of our officials from whom we want the best. This will be the basis for trust, efficiency, and accountability in our work. This role will include labor relations and health and wellness. Civil servants are our ultimate assets in the achievement of our desires. We will reintroduce the Premier's Batupele Service Excellence Awards to pay tribute to all hardworking public servants. Honourable Speaker, skills development is a major contributor to growth, and high levels of education can only mean high levels of development prospects. Our skills development revolution to drive growth and development are championed by the Free State Training and Development Institute and the Provincial Skills Development Coordination Components. The Institute is an accredited public sector training academy acclaimed for its work. This year, we'll continue to forge partnership with the National School of Government and institutions of higher learning. We'll also continue to open the doors of learning by investing in the future of our youth through the provision of bursaries. Impa hajwale di bursaries tsa ho ya mose the international ones ha di sa tla ba teng. Re sa lokisa ntlo ya rona. We learn from our mistakes. We'll also increase our internship, learnership, apprenticeship, work integrated learning, and artisan development intakes. I'm pleased, Honourable Speaker, to announce that our efforts to combat the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment have borne fruit. The Free State Training and Development Institute, in collaboration with various sector education and training authorities, SITAs, have created work opportunities. This breakdown of the allocations is as follows. Mersita, we had about 3,629, Construction, Education, and Training SITA, Training Authority SITA, 690, LG SITA, 212, Services SITA, 199, Wholesale and Retail Sector, Education and Training, 197, Culture, Arts, Tourism, Hospitality, and Sports Sector, Education and Training Authority, 63, Finance and Accounting Services Sector, Training Authority, Facet is 50, Office of the Premier Engineering Internship, we got 70. So far, 5,057 unemployed youth have benefited from our skills development program. An intake of 6,000 youth has already commenced in 2024-25 financial year. Honourable Speaker, in this age of the fourth industrial revolution, work is underway by our communication technology unit to overhaul our ICT infrastructure. We'll drive a wave of connectivity, innovation, and digital transformation. As we speak, we are rolling our virtual private network, cloud services, and telephony system to optimize service delivery provision. We'll develop a connectivity plan and allocate resources to connect schools, clinic, and government offices. Our work with broadband infrastructure to implement the South Africa Connect program will continue. The Legal Service Unit will continue to provide legal services to the Premier, members of executive departments and officials. A wide spectrum of our legal services range from managing litigation, drafting of contracts, legal compliance to legal advice and information. Will reduce legal claims against government and decisively deal with opportunistic claims between officials and businesses. In the interest of transformation, we'll review briefing patterns of legal counsel. We'll strengthen our communication efforts. Our core, of course, people have the right to know the plans, policies, and activities of their own government. We need to provide timely and reliable information to the public. Platforms such as radio, television, and publications will be utilized. As previously committed, we'll convene a community media summit to get a proper understanding of challenges faced by media houses in the province. As guided by the recently held ANC PC Lekgotla, we'll make optimal use of community-based media to communicate our achievements and challenges. We'll, on a quarterly basis, utilize local media houses to communicate key governmental achievements, as well as report back to the public where we may not have met certain targets. Work on media strategy and license and corporate communication sections will be to drive communication innovation, use technology to open opportunities, create factual content, and curb misinformation. For all of this to happen, a total of 288,303,000 rand have been allocated to Program 2 in this financial year. Honourable Speaker, and ultimately, growth and development is reliant on the formulation and implementation of our policies and policies priorities. These are informed by a common vision and commitment that describe pathways to expected outcomes. It is an acknowledgement of the interlinkages of roles, operational layers, and institutional connections between different spheres of government. This is the function of Program 3. Part of its role includes planning, research, integration, and coordination to foster shared understanding, common strategy development, and implementation complementarity. Long-term planning and its inherent benefits continue to be our priority. Beyond creating a shared development agenda, this task to be overseen by the strategic planning, policy, and research component is about reordering our landscape to bring about far-reaching development. Honourable Speaker, after extensive consultations, we'll soon conclude the review of the Free State Growth and Development Strategy that evokes transformation, collective responsibility, and coherence towards a better life for all. This is long overdue. In fostering mutually reinforcing action, we'll align our plans, integrated development plans, with the National Development Plan, Free State Growth and Development Strategy, and medium-term strategic plan. Shaping some of the above-mentioned plans will be the revised provincial special development framework that outlines the space economic prospects of our province. But this we are not doing alone. It is a collective effort. We are working with the departments of agriculture, rural development, and land reform, and COCTA to finalize this framework in this financial year. Completion of the Vaal River Regional Special Development Framework will give us impetus to the envisaged Vaal River City region. We are also pleased with the ongoing consultations that are underway to develop the Free State Small Towns Regeneration Strategy. Our work with SALGA to unlock development potential of small towns through the Karoo Regional Development Initiative continues. There's no doubt that the success of our development imperatives is predicated on the implementation of the major infrastructure projects. But wa Freistata, re tlo le fa lefatshe le ntshetse pele Freistata mme le tsoseletse moruo wa Freistata le ska ba la mamela ba batlang ho inkela ka mahahapa lefatshe le tlo tswa in this 7th administration. We'll conclude an interprovincial implementation protocol with Gauteng that outlines our cooperation on the Vaal River City. We are pleased with the progress made with Infrastructure South Africa to develop a bankable project pipeline for the Free State. 27 major infrastructure projects have been registered with Infrastructure South Africa for project preparation and implementation, Honorable Dipoko Hasetoro. 16 million rands has been allocated for project preparation funding for the psychiatric hospital and district hospital in Mangaung. Ifela itla tetiana Freestad ka infrastructure skalwa. Project preparation funding for Malutepo Renewable Energy and Mangaung Airport Development Node have also been secured. Investors' confidence in the economic potential and strategic capabilities of the Free State is evident in the ongoing work to implement the commitments made during the Free State Energy Security Indaba. Construction of Mabele fuel plant in Bothaville, Petro SA fuel depot, expansion in Bloemfontein Petroleum Agency South Africa, issuing of exploration licenses to Free State business, and Sunlex construction of a solar complex in Machabi. But some of these pledges made, the mandate was clear from the 6th administration under the leadership of my predecessor, Ntate Mxolisi Abraham Dukwana. Honourable Speaker, as we forge convergences across the 3 spheres, we will facilitate regular engagements through the Premier's Coordinating Forum. We'll monitor all commitments made by various departments on matters emanating from our dialogue with the House of Traditional Leaders and Traditional and Khoisan leaders. I'm aware that some of the commitments are already being gradually implemented. In this 7th administration. Intergovernmental Relations Unit will continue to facilitate this work, including our participation in municipal intergovernmental relations forums to ensure integrated planning, coordination, and implementation. With the promulgation of the DDM regulations, implementation of this model is now a must. The Premier is the provincial champion of DDM and will oversee its implementation, including the development of 1 plans. We'll complete the Fezile Dabi social compact in Bizo to strengthen collective responsibility between government and social partners. Increasing global interdependence has given us the impetus to actively engage with other like-minded provinces in various countries. We'll revisit our memorandums of understanding and undertake mutually beneficial visits as we strengthen our relations across the globe. Implementation of the African Union Agenda 2063 will be pursued, including possible benefits of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Honourable Deputy Speaker, through our special programs units, we'll initiate measures to support women, people with disabilities, older persons and youth, and LGBTQI communities and persons. We have declared war on gender-based violence and femicide. No amount of words can really explain how appalling this pandemic is in our society. Oreki bue fela re ka maobane ne re le man Petersburg mo e leng hore ho na le ntate wa lekgowa a iminyaminyeng ka bana mo sebakeng seo sa Petersburg, 82-year-old o ka di seleng ha re bua le lona tjena bana ba sekolo ba more than 12 ba ntse ba sebediswa ke ntate enwa sexually assaulting, alleged sexually assaulting bana ba sekolo o ba hula ka hore yena o na le swimming pool o na le better life o ba hula ka dijo o ba hula ka di-sweets mme ka labone wa hlaha Cottoman Petersburg o ko utlwe mahlabisa dihlong a maka ne ke le mo le ntate Mbalula mama. This is a matter of human rights, just as much it is of equality. It is time that we change culture, attitudes, and systems that keep women in chains. We'll intensify the fight against gender-based violence and femicide through education, law enforcement, empowerment, and counseling. During this Women's Month, I will be convening a Women's Parliament on economic emancipation of women in Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality, to be followed by similar engagements in other districts. We continue to implement a strategic plan on gender-based violence and femicide. The LGBTQI+ community will also receive our full support. We want the best for our youth because the future belongs to them. We admire the endless creativity and curiosity to change the world. Our focus this year will be on combating drug and substance abuse, economic empowerment and education, and skills development for our own youth. Hona mo hape sebakeng sona seo se re tswang bona re hlokometse hore batho ba baholo ho ba sebedisa alcohol a milliona ya contributor mathateng e leng re na le yona mme ke tshepisa ho sebetsa le matona bomme maleato bomme mamiki kaofela hore re lwantshe taba ena. We'll formulate proposal for building a disability-inclusive government and monitor adherence to the 2% target of employment of people with disability. Ebile le ha e ka feta moo 2% is still fine. This will include mainstreaming of people with disabilities in the mainstream economy of our province. A total amount of 76,830,000 rands has been allocated to Program 3 to execute its function in this financial year. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we can only achieve what we can measure. This is the importance of monitoring and evaluation that drives change, progress, and learning. This is the role of Program 4, created to provide systematic monitoring and evaluation services of the impact of our service delivery interventions. The program sets the parameters for performance and identify the interlinkages between government priorities and the desired outcomes. This work is rooted in our policies, plans, and strategies. More than anything, it is a commitment to provide an honest account of our activities. The sector monitoring and evaluation component has been instrumental in reporting progress on the implementation of the medium-term strategic framework priorities. Progress made to date has been encouraging. Defined and focused implementation of these priorities is given meaning in the SOPA and departmental budget vote injunctions progress report. As a result, we now know where, how, and why we have made strides. Cumulative implementation of these priorities is reflected in the 6th administration report that details our achievement and challenges. This will shape what we do, why, and how in the 7th administration. We'll refine our approaches, improve interactions, and enhance efficiencies. An account of the extent to which departments are achieving their targets as outlined in the annual performance plans will also continue to feature prominently as part of our monitoring and evaluation work. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we'll still provide analysis, support of performance information to the provincial legislature to better fulfill its oversight responsibility. Compliance with the local government management improvement model will be monitored to improve service deliveries in municipalities. I will engage municipalities to determine their service delivery needs and help them institutionalize this key monitoring and evaluation function. A developmental state needs to live the Batu Pele principles. People's experience of service delivery should be nothing short of amazing. We'll strengthen frontline service delivery monitoring to change the way services are rendered. Assessment report will serve as instruments for frontline service delivery, improvements in learning and accountability. Citizens' views as to what is monitored, how and what measures are needed to improve services will still define frontline service monitoring. We'll also continue to embark on improvement visits to determine what measures have been implemented based on recommendations made. Honorable Deputy Speaker, with a sustained focus on the people, provincial intervention will facilitate participatory democracy through community outreach programs. These are meant to appreciate the value we place in our people and contribution they can make in shaping their democratic experiences. Our Tucson service centers are hubs of integrated service delivery. This year, over 20,000 people in our rural towns of Zastron, Ruvel, Smithfield, Clocolan, and Kwakwa, Tabong have benefited from our services. Mayor Rikietse Monal Tabo le Taban Clocolan man ba tsamaile leeto ba sa fumane di-ID empa letsatsi leo re fihlang ka these Tucson services re la ra tsamaya ka hara motse wa Clocolan, Matwini, Tabang le Tabang ba senang motswadi le mme ba fumane di-temporary IDs. This work, thank you. Empa taba ko re na hobane ba tshwantse ba di fumane ha rona re tlile moo re la re tsamaya le matona hobane e sa etsale public servants re sa thuse batho. This work with our partners that include SASSA, Home Affairs, NYDA, SOCDEF, Department of Labor, Land Reform, and many others will continue. We are going to continue in the Dedipuku. We are not going to stop us. Yamata training. We'll establish new Tucson service centers at Makwane, in Kwakwa. Tucson service center in Botshabelo, Tabancho, Tukologo, and Masilonyan will be revived. Recent developments in Petersburg related to GBV have left me in shock. Hence, we are going to have this Tucson center in one of the schools there, that is Innocent School, mo e leng hore ke bana ba teng ba affecteileng haholo ke seo re se boneng maobane. We'll continue to listen and respond to our people's complaints and compliments through our presidential hotline. In March 2023, the Free State was ranked the 7th in the presidential hotline in the country with 97.46% resolution rate. From this year, things changed. Our performance usually improved, reaching 99.70% resolution rate in March, and moving the province to position 1, every state position 1 in the country. We will use our nearly 249 CDWs across the province to bridge the service delivery gap in communities. We'll enhance the management of CDWs and mainstream their roles and forge partnership with municipalities to accommodate CDWs and agree on reporting ways that will ensure that they serve the communities. We have therefore made available 259,269,000 rands to Program 4 to fulfill its responsibility. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as work of the administration begins, we can never overemphasize the urgency of the moment. Our challenges demand urgent action, and working together, we have the power to rise above these challenges. Our commitment will be reflected in all the things we do. We'll harness our collective wisdom to inspire change, and this is what gives me hope. This will indeed be the year of united action to defend our freedom and advance a better life for all. Change is coming. The secret of change is to focus all of our energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new. I look forward to the support of this team of passionate MECs, including yourselves, members of the legislature. Hobane rele bang, la re ka ratla mona ra tlo grandstand. Ha o salang kore batho ka ntle ba shebile rona baetapele ba rona, ba sa sheba hore na re tswa kae hore ba service, mme ha re ba service tshwantse re ba service ka hore re la ranka kano ka hara legislature. Mme ena e boela le mokgwa o e leng hore ha re le ka hara ntlo ena e bohlokwa hakana, ebe re ipote kapa re itshwara ka maitshwaro e leng hore ha benefit setjhaba, ha re ke re tle mona re contribute ba re le bang ntwa ena re ke be wa e win kaofela rona mona re kgethuwe ke batho ho tswa dibakeng tse fapaneng. Therefore, in whatever we are doing in this August House, ha e ke reflect hore we are representatives of batho ko ntle, e seng our representatives re tlo ema mona ebe re grandstand. I look forward to the support of the team of passionate MECs as indicated and members of this House. My gratitude also goes to the Director General, Ndate Dikopu, and senior managers and all staff members of the Office of the Premier. Let me also my gratitude also goes to my family, my other family, a branch in Mantsopa to Espritis here for understanding hore haseka mihla ke tlang di branch meeting. Thanks very much for understanding. Le atla mona le bona hore re a sebetsa mona re moshomong re a deliver. Therefore, let me also read what my son sent me when I was seated this. And I quote, my son says, "Mommy, keep your face always toward the sunshine, and shadows will fall behind you." I therefore table the Office of the Premier's budget for the 2024-25 financial year as summarized in Annex A for members of consideration. I thank you, Monde, for your code. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, honorable members. The address by The Premier then opens the debate for vote 1 of the office of the Premier. May I remind honorable members that this vote is an open debate, and may I also remind members of the public that you are here as observers to these debates, and may we not respond in any means, whether it is by clapping hands. I request you, members of the gallery, to please observe your status. I shall now allow Honorable Manche. We really need to fix this, Secretary. It is always recorded as Manche, and it must be fixed in the papers. Manche, okay.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, that's how my surname is pronounced, and that's how it's written, M-A-N-C-E, Manche.
Thank you, Honorable Manche.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Mayor Makwini Matai, members of the Provincial Legislature, ladies and gentlemen. As we rise to debate Budget Vote 1 in support of plans and budget allocation to the Office of the Premier, we remember Mam Charlotte Maxeke, the first woman to sit in the NEC of the African National Congress. When she made a powerful remark, she said, I quote, "This work is not for ourselves. Kill the spirit of self and do not live above your people, but live with them. If you rise, bring someone with you." Honorable Deputy Speaker, these words resonate well with the ethos and the principles of our movement, because we do not undertake any of these tasks for ourselves, but for the benefit of our communities. Therefore, no one must be left behind. Honorable Speaker, the idea of non-racial, non-sexist, and united South Africa continues to be the overarching perspective of the African National Congress-led Liberation Alliance. The Freedom Charter envisaged a state and government that is based on the will of the people and that is accountable to its citizens and is representative in terms of race, class, and gender. Informed by the Freedom Charter, Ready to Govern, RDP, ANC Strategy and Tactics, the ANC has succeeded in establishing a democratic, accountable, and representative system of government at all levels of society. We sit here today in this house where people can wear overalls. We sit in this house where we can sit here from different political parties. We sit in this house where different people from different races can sit in this house. This is the work of the African National Congress. We have women at the center of development, which is the state. That is work of the African National Congress. We do note, Honorable Speaker, and we are pleased that the apartheid flags that are on the windows of the legislature will be something of the past in this particular financial year, given the appointment of the heritage architects who will be assisting us with the BOQ to ensure that this particular heritage becomes part of the past, because it's our past. We are in the new dispensation. Notwithstanding the achievements we have made since 1994, the challenge remains to ensure that our democratic system is strengthened and made more accountable. Today, the state is reflective of our diverse population, and that non-racialism, class, gender equality, equity, and a united province is embedded in the consciousness of our people. But this is not where the goal of state transformation ends. The main goal of state transformation, as articulated in the ANC Strategy and Tactics, is building a developmental state that provides effective basic services with capabilities to take forward a far-reaching agenda of national economic development, whilst at the same time placing people and their involvement at the center of this process. Honorable Speaker, this objective is the guiding principle of the ANC management of the state. In giving practical expression to their stated objective. The democratic state continues to serve our people, listen to their needs, and deliver in the most effective, efficient, equitable, and economic way possible. Honorable Speaker, budgets are not blunt instruments. They should be equitable and socially inclusive. Government budgets are the only way to ensure that government is committed to equity and socially inclusive values and practices, and that the most pressing needs of various social groups are satisfied. If left unattended, the exclusion of disadvantaged groups can be costly. Honorable Speaker, since the last census, the Free State shown a positive trajectory in number of key indicators, including education. There are also increases in number of formal dwellings, flush toilets connected to sewer, weekly refusal services, access to piped water in the dwelling, as well as electricity for lighting. All this is out of a total population of almost 2.9 million in the Free State province. Honorable Deputy Speaker, central to all these above-mentioned achievements is the efficient and economic allocation of public resources under the ANC-led government. Our ANC-led provincial government must ensure to play a leading role in addressing huge backlogs left by the apartheid regime by harnessing the resources of the public sector. It must expand its capacity to strategic intervention in social and economic development. Honorable Speaker, the Department of the Premier is a strategic center of governance, a central driver of resources planning, prioritization, and allocation as per strategic objectives, aligning the administration to deliver the core principles or priorities of the province and the center of coordinating other spheres of government to deliver state priorities. The allocation towards skills development will ensure that we have a public servant the public servants that are capable to ensure that the NDR is advanced. The merit principle must continue to apply in senior appointments. The Department of the Premier must ensure that partnership with the National School of Government must be strengthened to train and retain officials in line with the priorities of the developmental state. This allocation or collaboration will ensure that officials are trained adequately to execute their mandate of service delivery and render high-quality services. Honorable Speaker, this is one way of making the public service a career of choice by building a skilled and professional public service from both top to bottom. Honorable Speaker, we welcome the emphasis on tackling corruption. This is a matter that requires consistent and decisive action with enforcement on strict measures without fear or favor. Corruption needs to be exposed and swift action taken, regardless of seniority of the people involved. The ANC is committed to building a corruption-free province and is determined to root out corruption and criminality. The Premier's Coordinating Forum is a strategic forum in addressing many of these issues related to shortcomings regarding service delivery, human capital skills, leadership, commitment, and accountability. These pressures and weaknesses have hampered both spheres in discharging their core mandate effectively and must be addressed. The enormity of the developmental challenges and the severe fiscal and other resources constraints we are facing require all spheres of government to work together effectively and efficiently towards common goal. We also applaud the special focus on developmental and monitoring of district development plans in line with the DDM, district development model by the Premier as a provincial DDM champion. Honorable Speaker, we welcome the proactive engagements with strategic sectors of business to attract foreign direct investment through industrialization program. I hope Honorable Dipok is listening, because listening is a skill. Their participation in the industrial expansion, economic growth, and job creation of the province will go a long way. Labor maximization method should be prioritized in project executions. Every effort must be made to build and support the inclusion of small business and emerging enterprises. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, this budget will assist the Premier's office to play its central coordinating role, geared towards taking our beautiful province closer to its prosperity. Honorable Speaker, to the people of the Free State, we want to remind you Gloom and despondency have never defeated adversity. Trying times need courage and resilience. Our strength as people is not tested during the best of time. We should never become despondent because the weather is bad, nor should we turn triumphalist because the sun shines. That is a quote from the former president of the African National Congress and the president of the country, Comrade President Thabo Mbeki. We therefore support the tabling of the budget. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Manje. In the absence of the two subsequent speakers, I shall now recognize the Honorable Kluter.
Thank you, Speaker, Deputy Speaker. It was Bruce Lee. Yes, we can quote Bruce Lee as well. It was Bruce Lee that said, if you spend too much time thinking about a thing, you'll never get it done. Premier, do not let that be your legacy. Because a government that thinks and talks a lot but gets nothing done is irrelevant. Let me give an example. Last year, the MEC of Health promised an ambulance for every 2 wards. Last week, we heard the new MEC stating that they kind of continue with this promise. So let me assure you, there have been very little evidence of these ambulances. Another example. Last year, this department vowed to establish a Free State Investment Agency. In fact, there is a Provincial Investment Agency Act, Act 18 of 1998. So this agency was promised. Now we hear that we are reviewing the strategy. Again, no evidence of such an agency as promised last year. At least some departments have announced that they will blacklist service providers who do not fulfill their obligations. This is necessary, although long overdue. The directive by National Treasury is nothing new. At least we're taking actions. Thank you, Premier. In fact, every department should start with blacklisting processes against those who have not paid, who have been paid for little to no services delivered. Premier, we cannot afford appointed contractors of infrastructure projects being paid while they have not finished their jobs. Get them blacklisted. Get it done, Premier. Deputy Speaker, I think it's also important that the legislature get the Government Assurance Committee going so we can monitor all the promises made the past month in this August House. We've heard many commitments by the Executive Council, and we need to now monitor the departments to ensure that they do not really pay lip service to our communities. Premier, engage with municipalities is good, but I can tell you what municipalities need. They need councils who work for residents and not against them. For example, by adopting unrealistic budgets as they do with increases in municipal tariffs that further drives inflation. That's working against residents. Residents want services. It's not rocket science, but there lies your biggest challenge. Don't let your legacy be that you are part of a government that thinks and talks a lot, but gets very little done. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I shall now recognize Honourable Van Vuren.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm making use of technology today, but I've got my backup here. Before I start, let me again convey our heartfelt condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues with the passing on of Councillor Raadsaal. May his soul rest in peace. Honourable Speaker, today I stand before you to address several issues pertaining to the office of the Premier in our province. Even in a new dispensation, it is imperative that we bring these concerns to light and hold the executive accountable, despite the prevailing spirit of goodwill and collaboration. Let me first acknowledge that we have heard time and again from incoming members of the ANC that they should be given a chance before facing criticism, that they will hit the ground running and will immediately get in motion. While we respect the call for patience and understanding, it is crucial to recognize that our role as the official opposition comes with a constitutionally mandated obligation to scrutinize and hold the executive accountable. The Democratic Alliance takes this responsibility seriously, and it is our duty to ensure that the executive operates with transparency and effectiveness. We must address the issue within the office of the Premier, starting with the mismanagement of the bursary scheme. The intent behind the scheme to support students from disadvantaged backgrounds and perform exceptionally is commendable. However, the reality is that its execution has been marked by delays, lack of transparency, and mismanagement. This has left many deserving students in a precarious situation, unable to pursue their educational goals. This is not merely a bureaucratic issue. It is a profound disservice to our youth and their future. Furthermore, this department's decision to send students to different countries for their studies at such exorbitant costs without ensuring accreditation from the Health Profession Council represents a significant oversight and failure in administration planning that we continue to pay for despite the program being phased out. The lapse not only undermines the value of their education, but also highlights a concerning lack of foresight and attention to critical insight required to lead such progressive programs. By neglecting to secure proper recognition for the qualifications, the department has jeopardized the professional credibility of its graduates and failed the people of the Free State who could have benefited from having these qualified professionals in their hospitals. Honourable Premier, that program was a massive failure. The hundreds of millions of rands wasted on it could have supported many students in South Africa. Yet no one was held accountable because it was a political decision. While I understand that the program is being phased out, we cannot continue to support a program where there is no value for the 153 million allocated to this line item. Furthermore, we must confront the role of community development workers. The Premier just said there's 249 workers, and the 98 million budgeted for this means that these people get 33,000 rand a month in terms of this line item. It has become evident that the work performed by the CDWs is redundant, overlapping with the functions of our existing ward committees. Ward committees are already established to facilitate community engagement and development. CDWs not only creates unnecessary duplication, but also diverts resources from more impactful uses. These funds could be better allocated to create sustainable jobs in critical sectors such as agriculture, infrastructure, or health, addressing unemployment and driving economic growth in our province. CDWs supposedly reports to the Premier's office about who knows what. This House has never seen a report from any CDW, and the Premier's office does not report to their committees regarding the very expensive reports received. We pay 33,000 rand for, I think it's Impimpis or maybe people that work for the ANC or do street work. I don't know. It's a mystery. And I say this because I was a ward councillor. I've never seen a CDW in the 10 years that I represented the municipality. In addition, 25 million is budgeted for the Service Delivery Integrated Centre Task Team, which was established to enhance service delivery but will fail to meet its obligations. The repeated reports of missed deadlines, incomplete projects, and poor coordination are unacceptable and won't change by putting together different stakeholders in one room. The failure of the centre will not just be a bureaucratic inefficiency. It directly affects the quality of life for our citizens. It seems like every time somebody does not do their job, the ANC brings a task team or center to life to ensure performance of the non-performance. But at the end of the day, nobody performs. Premier, you must get rid of the poor performance and not redeploy them and make them somebody else's problem. There are enough qualified people out there desperate to work and make a difference. Honourable Speaker, the DA is still strongly of the opinion that the office of the Premier is not a service delivery department. It appears that you are eager to take charge of the province and improve service delivery. However, it's important to remember that respect must be earned. It does not automatically come with the position. It is also essential to understand that despite the GNU spirit that may prevail in other spheres, in the Free State, the Democratic Alliance remains the official opposition. We have a constitutional duty to hold the executive accountable, and we will continue to do so with vigilance. We must be honest about the challenges we face and ensure that we address them head-on. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I shall now allow Honourable Mbalula.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With profound humility, we endorse and celebrate the passing of this budget. The budget encapsulates our long-standing commitment to uplifting the most vulnerable in society and centering the Premier's office as a critical driver for service delivery. The ANC government has been subjected to intense criticism, and we have welcomed this criticism as necessary to sharpen our service delivery performance in government. This budget is decisively pro-poor and working class. It reflects our deep appreciation that the genuine revolutionary advance and social progress is measured not by prosperity of a few, but by advancement of the majority. Allow me to borrow from the wisdom of the late Karl Marx from his 1845 thesis on Feuerbach, where he said, an open quote, "The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it," close quote. You have presented a carefully crafted budget that channels resources where they are most needed, and we have no doubt about that. This will go a long way in ensuring that the policies and programs of our government directly benefit those who need them most. As Karl Marx have it, in your presentation, Honourable Premier, you refuse to confine yourself to mere Olympics of interpretation. You are inviting all of us to either help you reimagine the province or forever remain locked in cacophony of complaints, as we have heard today. This budget represents the real changes in the lives of our children, our elderly, and our most vulnerable communities. Every cent of this budget will bridge the gaps, break the cycle of poverty, and create opportunities that were previously out of reach for our people. While it is all too easy to stand on the sidelines and point fingers, the true challenge lies in the arena of governance. As the old Sotho adage goes, "Njadi bohola koloi e tsamayang, e eme fela di a e sesetsa." Honourable Premier, what you presented here is a bold declaration of our priorities and a statement of intent to resolve our challenges. Running a government is a complex and demanding exercise. After all, criticism requires no more than a keen eye for flaws and a loud voice to point them out like they are doing now. See our friends on the left enjoy shouting their lungs out without offering viable alternatives. Ntate Diphoko, o dula o re emeletse ka ntho ya campaign ya state, e ka ha o bone tse ding tse etswang. That's the only alternative you can provide. But governing is an entirely different ballgame altogether. Unlike opposition parties, who always magnify problems without offering solutions, your role requires you to face these problems head on and devise actionable interventions and targets. Where some of them govern, the previously disadvantaged groups remain marginalized and underserved. Their criticism may resonate in the echo chambers of opposition rhetoric, but the totality of lived experience of our people, for instance, in the Western Cape, tell a different story. When they talk Western Cape as a model, they always talk the city of Cape Town, not a province, where our people are found in their majority. In the Western Cape, there is a world akin to heaven for white people. Black people, on the other hand, live in spaceless spaces. The tale of a good governance and a DA exceptionalism to them signifies indignity. Running a government is not about grandstanding or scoring cheap political points, but it is a responsibility that requires a true leader with abilities to make difficult choices that affect the lives of our people. Deputy Speaker, every decision you make, every allocation you approve shall be important not just for its own immediate impact, but for its long-term implications on the people of our province. As head of our government, you have the responsibility to navigate a landscape where competing interests, compounded by limited resources and diverse needs of our people, intersect. It is a balancing act that requires a visionary and upright leader like you, who is resilient and pragmatic. The voters have tasked the ANC with a responsibility of turning ideas into action and ensuring that every policy contributes meaningfully to the betterment of our people as a whole. As we endorse this budget, we also acknowledge the goodwill and support of the people of our province in the African National Congress. The successes of the democratic government have truly been built on the contributions and sacrifices of our people. We are comforted by the knowledge that our values and vision align with those of our people. In a sense, we are one with the people. In closing, we acknowledge too well that our work does not end with the approval and endorsement of this budget. Our people have already told us that we need to transform their lives, nothing more and nothing less. We plan to work with the same spirit of dedication and determination of staying true to the people we serve. Our resolve of achieving a better and a thriving Free State in our lifetime remains unshaken. Our province must thrive now and for generations to come. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mbalula. I shall now take Honorable Nanyane.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the legislature, distinguished guests, I greet you all. Deputy Speaker, selemo le selemo re bokana ka ntlong ena. Ho mamela dipuo tsa ditjhelete tse tletseng ditshepiso tse kgolo le merero e metle. Empa ke tlameha ho botsa, na tswelopele e bonahala hokae? Tharollo tsa sebele di hokae? We are tired, Honorable Deputy Speaker, tired of hearing the same recycled year after year.
speeches that are vague, lacking in detail, and filled with promises that never materialize. Protect me, please, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, Honorable Lieto. Honorable Lieto, may we allow the honorable member to continue his speech without any interruptions? Thank you, honorable member. You may continue.
Honorable Speaker, tshebetso ya hao ka ho etsa mosebetsi wa yona wa ho etela dipetlele tsohle tse bileng o tsebang hantle hore basebetsi ba tsona ha ba etse mosebetsi tse bileng ebile motsotsong wa hona jwale di seng ebile di tsejwa ho tshwanela ho matlafala haholo ho feta ka mokgontso o etsa mme hobane ho tlatsa lerata ha o no thusa letho hobane batho ba rona ba Freestata ba lile ba salla le ha jwale batho pele principal batho ba rona ha ba itsebe wena premier ho hang hobane ha ba ifumantshe hohle mo ba kenang teng batho pele e lokela ho etswa setjhabeng sena sa rona sa Freestata mme e etswe ho ska bueha fela ka molomo. We are told of millions being allocated to various projects, yet we see no real vision, no direction guiding this allocation. Money is poured into initiatives without a clear plan, without measurable outcomes, and without accountability. It is as if this allocation are made to satisfy the need to say something, rather than to truly address the issue that plague our communities. Deputy Speaker, it is not enough to speak of reimagining our province as economic hubs of improving infrastructure or of sound financial management. We need detailed plans with specific measurable goal. We need timeline. We need accountability. We need a political will to see these plans through to completion. Honorable Deputy Speaker, let this be the year we break free from the traditional vague and recycle rhetoric. Let this be the year we commit the transparency, accountability, and real tangible progress. Premier, office here how your office, the office of the Premier should be at the forefront of driving initiatives that tackle unemployment, improve health care, and enhance educational opportunities. Instead, we see a budget that is heavy on administration and light on considerable action. Premier, last time how Bula speeches are how Kasopa, ubuile ka tšhelete kana ka 16 million rand that was allocated for project their preparations, psychiatric hospital. I was sitting there listening to you very carefully. Today, ko mametse hape o bua se seng se fapaneng statement. Today, ha o sa bua ka psychiatric hospital ka 16 million, o so kenyeleditse district hospital ya Mangaung ka hara tšhelete eo. Kore ha re sa tseba hore na jwale ha se le kgale o dutse o so ntse o qala smallanyana skeleton jwale o qadile. Honorable Speaker, This budget, we think is the budget that prioritizes the comfort of the Premier's office. And we should be redirecting these funds towards the initiatives that will have a direction and positive impact on the lives of our citizens. Let us not be swayed by the allure of maintaining appearances or be preserving power at the top. Ha re sebeletse setjhaba ka ntle ka mona se re shebile mme ke a leboha.
Thank you, Honorable Nanyane. Shall now recognize Honorable Jankelson.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank everyone for their condolences towards the family, friends, and colleagues of former Councillor Rousseau Boertes, and we will convey those to his family. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the budget of the Premier is very important for the Free State because the Premier's office is responsible for ensuring that all the departments within government carry out their functions. But I want to emphasize what Honorable Van Vieren said, and that is that the Premier's office is not a service delivery department. It is there, similar to the legislature, to do oversight, but it has a further function to manage and oversee the various departments and the work that they do in government. It's the legislature, the democratically elected institution in this province, that is primarily and constitutionally responsible for doing oversight over the executive, including the Premier's office, and holding them accountable for the work that they do. Honorable Speaker, so let's look budgets. The Office of the Premier in this financial year gets 632.629 million rand. The legislature, with all the work that the legislature has to do, has a budget of 284.911 million rand. This is a decrease of 21% from the previous financial year. But let's go back 10 years when the Honorable Rockbert was MEC for Finance. The Premier's office received 270.514 million rand, 270, and the legislature 176 million. Since then, in the last 10 years, the budget of the Office of the Premier has increased by 134%, and the legislature by a mere 62%. And that is why, Honorable Deputy Speaker, during the Zondo Commission, in the report it was indicated that one of the reasons for state capture and corruption in this country, and specifically the Free State as well, is because the institutions responsible for doing oversight and holding the executive accountable are not able to do so because they're not capacitated to do so, among various other reasons as well. So if we want to ensure that government functions effectively, we must make sure that, similar to the Parliament's budgets, which is 2% of the national budget, we also get a similar percentage. At this stage, I think the legislature is less than 1% of the provincial government. Yet you expect this legislature to do its work. The committees of the legislature sit, and the monitoring and evaluation unit comes to the committees to give reports on behalf of the Premier's office on the functioning and effectiveness of the various departments. But when we interrogate them, we realize that what they've basically done is taking the information from the departments and presented it as is to the legislature. And when we ask them why, they say that they're not capacitated. Yet this department has a huge, and the Office of the Premier has a huge budget to capacitate this section. The legislature's staff, for the last couple of months, did not have telephones. They had to use their own cell phones because the legislature didn't have a telephone system. The legislature remains understaffed, undercapacitated, and unable to do its job effectively because it doesn't have the budget to do so. So, Honourable Deputy Speaker, if we're serious about implementing the budgets that we've heard from the various departments, including the Office of the Premier, and if we want to ensure that the people of the Free State receive the services that they deserve and value for money out of these budgets, we must make sure that there's an institution, the Free State Legislature, that is there to hold them accountable for the service delivery that they deliver to our people of the Free State. And their failure is the failure of the legislature. But we cannot allow the executive to continuously determine the budget of the legislature and undermine our work. So I'm pleading with all members of this legislature, let's ensure that democracy works by capacitating the democratic institution in this province to do its job effectively. And the constitutional mandate of the legislature is to ensure oversight, as I said, and hold the executive accountable. So when, unfortunately, it's the executive that determines this, the lekgotlas are held. Don't forget there is a legislature there as well. And we are not a service delivery department, but we are one of 3 branches of government. You have the executive, you have the judiciary, and you have the legislature. And of those 3 branches in the Free State, the legislature has a smaller budget, almost half of that of the Office of the Premier, whose job is much less than that of the legislature. So, colleagues, let's go forward and let's ensure that we as the legislature are able to do our job, and let's ensure that our staff in the legislature are capacitated to do their jobs. Because when the legislature suffers, all political parties also suffer. And you must see whether your constituency allowances are going to be paid in the near future. I'm telling you they will not, because there isn't the money to do so. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Jenkelson. I shall now take Honorable Mokoena. Order, honorable members, order.
Deputy Speaker, honorable members of the legislature, government officials, fellow citizens in the gallery. Deputy Speaker, the 7th administration has ushered into office by the last national provincial elections as held in May, is led by a woman, Mbogod, who's charged with the responsibility to continue the renewal and the rebuilding of the Free State as led by our provincial government. I stand here to support the budget vote of the Office of the Premier as presented. Various programs areas best capture the role the office plays in setting the tone for both policy development, implementation, and rebuilding the state capacity as required to drive service delivery and economic growth. I'm happy that the Premier that the focus is on institutional development, policy and planning, monitoring and evaluation. For the people of Free State and through her office, the Premier embodies their hope and expectations which were made loud and clear through their vote on the 29th of May. They are hopeful because they know that your office will focus the province on the bigger picture and serve their needs. They firmly believe in the building of the capacity of the state to restore all that was destroyed by capture and corruption. This is a state where Batupele is restored, and all appointed officials and elected leaders are obsessed with the service to their people. They are asking for you to lead the revival of a revolutionary moral consciousness of our civil officials, civil servants, to go an extra mile to ensure service delivery to our people. You are asked, Premier, to remind all government employees that they've entered into employment contract with your government on behalf of and based on the mandate of our people as expressed through their vote in May. Our people say, lead us to rebuild the provincial government from the challenges of asbestos, Estina, etc., to a one whose hospitals serve them with the required capacity and care, where schools continue to deliver top-class grades of grades 12 and universities churns out qualified professionals so much needed by the economy. Your office is expected to ensure that the Free State build RDP houses again and provide service size for those affording to build for themselves. They say deliver more of the Vista Park developments, Pakisa and other smart cities developments in the Free State. In their hope, they expect your office to ensure that all regional and strategic towns roads continue to be rebuilt to allow the ease of movement for both people and goods. They asked you to ensure that the health MEC and his nurses and doctors attend to them with speed as they visit these facilities. Grannies say attend to us within less than 2 hours once we come to your clinics. Women and children ask you to marshal the MEC with these policemen and women to protect them against so much violence. They expect your office to lead societal mobilization against GBV and ensure men love and protect them as opposed to the GBV we're seeing. Young professionals yearn for more aggressive, economic opening and transformation. They ask that your office lead the opening up and development of new economies as driven by the fourth industrial revolution. They ask you to lead the green energy, hydrogen economy, logistical hub, Val River City region, smart cities, etc., including the use of government spending to generate the required demand of goods and services in our economy. They ask you to support the strengthening of municipalities to deliver services and attract investment, much required for job creation. They say our hope is restored, that sewer spillage, water shedding, uncollected refuse will be a thing of the past, where only credible, qualified officials that are competent enough are employed. Our people know that we are going to do more with speed and energy to rebuild a capable and competent and corruption-free administration. They say that they know that beneficiaries of capture and its remaining elements will fight back efforts to rebuild the capacity and effectiveness of the state. They ask you not to be shaken, as Haishwa Yara. The bigger picture is the rebuilding of the state that is best positioned to serve our people. Through their vote, our people made it clear things have to change. We can't continue in the same old way. Dialectics teaches us that there's a struggle between the old and the new, where the old is refusing to die and the new is struggling to be born. In our era, as the old of destruction, inefficiency, and corruption, as asbestos and corruption projects is refusing to go and believe that they can put up a fight using various means. It is at this point that the new must be born to deliver the Free State that so many are hopeful under your leadership. They say, allow the new to be born and be led by yourself. Listen to what Siwelele supporters say when they met EXCO. They say, we ask government to intervene in the correct manner and save the legacy of football in Bloemfontein and the Free State as a whole. We want the legacy of Molemela and Mike Mukwena to remain preserved for the future generations, not individuals. Premier, the task expected of your office is to be the custodian of the hopes of millions of the Free Staters, who knows your passion and energy in serving them. Let the journey continue. We are hopeful that through this budget, it will help your office to exercise leadership and coordination aimed at improving the living conditions of our people. We must temper with the current economic challenges, particularly the creation of jobs and the more inclusive economic ownership. We are also encouraged by the growth in employment figures of Q2, where unemployment rate dropped by 0.4%, and even though it might appear small, it's a good sign of things to come. We have also to deal with number of economic fallacies that have been thrown around at the level of the legislature by some honorable members in here. You cannot argue that you love the people of Free State and you want government that serves them when you argue for the increasing of the compensation of employees. Once you take the CDWs and make them full-time within government, I can assure you that this government will run out of money to deliver any other service except to cover the salary bill. Is that a viable option? Don't create false hope where it doesn't exist. Two, the issue of the state-owned companies as a panacea being thrown around to our economic woes, it is not going to help us. Perhaps we need to hear more beyond this offer as an alternative that is being made. When you understand the economy both at the macro and at the micro level, you will have to appreciate and understand the role of government in using the general government spending to push up the demands of goods and services as part of driving general demand in the economy. We have got to look at the nature and the structure of our Free State economy within the context of a South African economy. We have raised the issues that the fourth IR provides us with a number of opportunities in terms of the new economies that we have got to build. Are we looking at that as we speak about alternatives that will help us to drive and bring about change? We also have got to look at that within the context, how do we use that to tamper with the patterns of ownership? We cannot just merely establish a state company to build roads and think that things will change. It is bigger than that. Whilst we agree that the commanding heights of the economy have got to be tampered with to deal with the apartheid legacy, we should not trivialize the serious problems we are faced with within the context of the economy. We agree that the redeployment of non-performance to something new, it is a non-starter. It has got to be stopped, and I think it is various MECs who came through this House, Deputy Speaker, who presented in a very robust manner the kind of challenges we are faced with in terms of building that type of a civil servant, a cadre that will be for the people and make sure that once given an opportunity, they never failed. We hear Honorable Klute, the advice and the philosophy of Bruce Lee. I now know today that Bruce Lee is not a karate man, but a philosopher from you. But this government, it is not overthinking as Bruce Lee was doing. Remember, he was an actor. He could probably have been acting. This government has delivered. This government is still delivering. The difficulty whenever I stand here I have is when people do not want to acknowledge that the roads they are driving on were built by the democratic government. The malls they are purchasing from were built by the democratic government. The schools, the universities, majority of what we have today were built by the democratic state. They were never there in 1994. Even if you can refer to, there was what they called PAU. It built the roads for a few. We've built the roads for the majority to drive on N1 today. I can tell you in 1920 it was a different N1. So everything you see, you do, you touch, remember the democratic government is led by the ANC. And we have not really hid our weaknesses and challenges. And at all times, we stood up here to own up to them and committed to resolve them. The economy, as we inherited it in 1994, had in its employment, if I'm not mistaken, between 6 or 7 million, or less than that. But today, up to around 14 million, if my figures are correct, are employed. It has grown dramatically. So it is not a story that Mr. Bruce Lee was acting, but it's a lived reality of South Africa's. The majority of South Africans who have experienced change in their lives has brought under in the past 30 years, and whilst we agree there is more to be done, we can never allow a situation that seeks to say we have not done anything. We understand the confusion of the honorable member around psychiatric hospitals and the budget of the Premier. Here we are dealing with the budget vote of the Office of the Premier. If you like, we can say the Department of the Office of the Premier. It is not a budget that deals with health that was presented by the MEC Viceroy. Now, that separation, I think it is important to clarify a number of issues. We, however, welcome the tone that says, let the government continue to marshal the service delivery that is done by the departments. And this is what the Premier speaks about when she speaks about monitoring. She is not taking your job away Honorable Jangleson. As the Premier, she's the captain of the ship. Part of what she's expected is to report to the legislature about the work of her government and various departments. She has got to make sure that there's policy implementation. She has got to make sure that the department directs not only the development, but the implementation, including generally some of the things we usually complain about here. The issue that we are raising about the budget of the legislature, whilst we accept that this is an open debate, it is a bit misplaced. We have got to raise within the context of building an effective legislature that can help us. But that should not necessarily take away from how we seek to reposition government in relation to the role that must be played by the office of the Premier, because when there are problems, you come and say that government is led by the ANC and the Premier is a failure. When we reposition that, it becomes a problem. But we understand sometimes complaining has become a normality or the only option we have. We have got to find a way within the context of our work in the legislature, the ability to establish truth from the facts. This is one coming from one of the Chinese leaders that I really look up to. We need to tell the truth in terms of the weaknesses and criticize government heavily as the opposition. But we must tell the truth where the government has delivered and it is doing well. We don't have to hide that within the generic statements as if, everything is a hopeless situation and nothing has happened. We told the story of Mamta. She was hopeless. She was, homeless. She has got a house today. She's the only sole breadwinner. Her children have got a grant from government. We told the story, the Premier told the story earlier on today, that yesterday they come from somewhere where an 82-year-old fellow is abusing 12-year-old children. They had no one to look up to. Today they've got a Premier who can stand up and take time to go and protect them. She speaks about the GBV and its victims, who today have got a leader who can stand up and speak for them. That is leadership of society that we seek. She says to Marena, we're going to work with you for the benefit of our people. All of these issues are issues that the opposition is not going to win for as long as they seek to trample upon them as if they are non-existent. When you raise constructive conversations on challenges facing society, you will find us with open-mindedness to engage with you to resolve the problems facing the country. They are big. They are influenced by local factors. They are also influenced by global factors that are beyond our control. We need each other, as our people said in May, to work together to resolve their problems, but at all times, establish the facts from the truth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mokoena. The Honorable Premier, Ms. Letsua Matai, may now reply.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Speaker. My comrades, Comrade Manche, Comrade Mokoena, Comrade Mbalula, for the lecture. A long manifesto. People went for elections come May. Axel one from their own manifestos. So reminder Tina Sapetun Kombandlela. So batla utlwa ka rona. Thanks for that. Ntate Klute, my problem is that most of the people who spoke here, there's nothing new that you spoke about. When we spoke about contractors that are being paid without doing work, it's all of us from this side. So don't own it as if it's yours. We are saying action is going to be taken. It is already been taken. The SIU, as we speak now, is busy in this province. They are dealing with projects as far as 2017, where hospitals, but in Chelete, basafeta musibits. So what more do we have to do? Now, SIU, Babata Karab, we are giving them time and space to work. The report will come back. SIU is working in this province. Kadi projects can fail. I also want to remind Kamoleka Bukibudi, Or some of the things the lead raised also, they are almost equal to what I've just said. Lale buaka corruption. I never had time to respond to issue R709. That termination of that contract to show how serious we are. Contractor was terminated during my tenure in that department, R709. So whoever I connect it was terminated kanako yaka in that department. Stefan Firen, I've already responded to the issue here, SIU. Mismanagement of bursary schemes. I'm the one who stood up here and said, Harissa didn't have this international bursaries. So do you think when it's repeated by your good self, it's better than the way I'm telling you now that we are doing something. That's why this year, and this seventh administration, we are not allowing anyone to be issued with a bursary, international. So I can say international, but it's exactly what I just said, even in my speech, that's what I referred to. So don't come here, prepare things that you need to raise, issues that you need to raise with me, but repetition, you are wasting the time of the legislature as you are complaining about the legislature. Even on the very same matters of bursary schemes, SIU is working them. Law enforcers are busy working with this problem. I cannot push them, and none of us here can push them to finish the ultimatums. They work within their time frames and the space. So please give them space. They'll come back and report when their work is done and it's completed. Because leave them to do their work. And on the issue of CDWs, that's exactly what I said. That's why I'm the one who reported Moba Tumba phrase that the CDW and Sebet as well. So you want Peter Habeker, CDW, Lemona, Haki Bula Maneka Sopa, Kabua or Sebet. I convened the meeting of all CDWs and the systems that were put in place in making sure that there is accountability from CDWs. And I said, how na public servants, eta tolang, ho eta amuhela mona, eloro, there's no value for money. That's what I said. I even compared my statement. What is that? But 270, the social relief of distress. I say, if you don't work, why can't you leave the system and be part of the social relief of distress, where we'll give you 270 and leave those who want to come and work to work as CDWs. Kenna hasewena. Me EFF haure le khathetse ke kopa o fa fela ko khatholle. Ke kopa o fa Psalm 34 verse 18, the Lord is close to the broken-hearted and serve to those who are crushed in spirit. Hai bo khathetse ke kopa lo nka bebele o ba le verse ena tla o khathola rona ka mona se a qhuba a re tlo mamela taba tsa and umlilo ka African National Congress no chiza unga woti tina se a qhuba this side and le dula le re retsa lerata re bua le setjhaba ke ipotsa le lerata compared to the way you behave here thinking that you make sense. Ha batho ba shebile ka ntle ke a ipotsa gona etsang lerata le ba etsang sense ke ba baka ha be lerata ke lone o tla ntso le etsa ko re tja go gale o ntso le etsa so ha re tlo ba leveleng ya lone but re batla o bolella hore le the issue about principle
order.
The issue about principle we visited hospitals here with this team, the MECs. Our own oversight. Legislature. We went there and in the speech, we are going to train people. So listen about legislature. And on the issue,
No, order. Honorable Premier, may you take your seat. Honorable members, may we desist from responding from the benches. If you have an order you'd wish to raise, please raise your hand. Thank you, Honorable Premier, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Ntate Jackelson, we're not going to for that code ya zondo. I don't know whether it's a resolution or what it's about it. But I cannot stand here as a premier and defend the legislature. You're not referring to what I've just presented. Ours is queries about legislature's budget and this and that. I think you are members of portfolio committee. You'll be able to, you are members of the legislature. You need to debate that, the legislature, on the vote of the legislature. But I did not present a vote on behalf of the legislature. I presented a vote, ya department, ya office of the premier. So I'm not accountable. There's a speaker, Satlabuanka budget ya legislature. So don't push me to that. You see, the way Jackelson and the different Firen. Thanks, Honorable Leach, for graduating. Kurutile Malibongwe last week. Now, thanks for that. You said Malibongwe, and if you even unpacked. Just appreciate you on the side to even teaching you something. A long rate will bring you closer to the people, not the chosen few. How you present, you congratulate the Springbok. How congratulate Bafana. So I'm not worried. I've just reported about Petersburg. I entered him going, Obata highly wena, Atswana Lorna Abuanka Bafana. Re Rebonta Jackelson by him, Tola Hosabuana. The issue at GBV, out of whatever I presented, nothing really horrified you, shocked you about the statement that I just shared from Petersburg. Your concern is somewhere else there, Rabina, Raadsaal, when there is a white old man, 82 years. Hasimwana le monta temukweni. Ki bana ba more than out of 12, 9 yenze confession, 3 parents ran away because they were given money. It is alleged that they were given money to run away. You can imagine how Rena Moto Aiwana Muso, who was once a businessman in that particular area. O Bapala Bufutsa name Babana Baba to Baba Sojuan. O Bani Banaba Hababata Boroto, they go there. He's got a swimming pool. I say nothing about what I've just said. Your interest, I don't think it's for the benefit. But Bana Bantembale voted la kante ka mo ke batla ba re mamelo re rona re dilana ka di issues tse tshwarane le maphelo a batho when ha ba shara di vote tse di ba ba fa ba le Roma ba ntse ba lekeletsa ka mo ntate Mokoena ha lena taba le bona ho ya ka mo ba phelang ka teng me EFF project preparation is different from how we get asked. I'm not the premier public works or jalo ka ntate Saki abuile me manje ke monga di project moho nna le ena re sebetsa ka ntho re bitsa gore ke land so ha ke lo tla mona ke tlo a hospital from premier's office. There's a relevant department e sebetsana lo aha dipetlele tse ore pele ke agaba dintho tse sena go isa kae ke engwe ya dinto. It's high time that you disclose interest, Mtate Dipoko. Even on these issues that you are raising, Sabodi Pass, you know quite well that you are part of people who took government to work. Your members, because Lenali interest, declare, don't waste our time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members, thank you. No, honorable members, don't do that. Honorable Nanyane. Don't do that, honorable member. Thank you. Honorable Tipuko.
Thanks for allowing me to address you, Speaker. I think it's rather low for speakers when they are standing there.
Order, in which order is it?
It's not a point of
order, honorable member.
On which room?
May we allow the honorable member to complete his order. Premier, let's allow the member to conclude. Honorable members, Honorable Nanyane and Honorable Chabalal, I've requested you, honorable members, Honorable Chabalala, Honorable Nanyane, I have requested you to desist from speaking from your benches. If you have an order, you may as well raise your hand as the Honorable Dipuku has done. You rise on that order and you can also mention rise on which order so that I can then note you in that regard. I shall now allow Honorable Dipuku, and I'm not expecting honorable members to continue with this behavior. I've made a ruling on that and I don't expect that behavior to continue. Thank you, Honorable Dipuku.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to address you, not on any point of order. But it's however very much low for members of this house when they stand on that podium, they address members directly because they provoke us from responding, and we will respond. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, it is the rules of this house, according to our rules and orders, that when you address through the speaker and not directly to members. On that note, thank you, honorable members. The reply of the Premier concludes the debate of vote 1 of the office of the Premier. The Secretary shall now read motion 4.
The second reading debate on appropriation bill number 2, 2024 be continued with vote 2, Free State Legislature.
The vote before the House is vote 2 of the Free State Legislature by the Honorable Speaker, Mr. Dukwane. You may now address the House.
Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, honorable members, we are celebrating 30 years of an activist legislature that champions democracy. We are tabling this budget that is more than just a roadmap for sustaining our oversight and accountability over the executive, public entities and municipalities in our province. It is more than just a financial plan. It is a reflection of our collective efforts and our commitment to changing the lives of our citizens for the better. During the beginning of the last financial year, the legislature made a commitment to make certain the principle of working together as members of this house. This position was influenced by the appreciation of our country's commitment to national progress espoused by the great milestone of reaching the 30 years of democracy. Over 2 months ago, on the 29th of May 2024, our country hosted the 7th democratic elections in a peaceful environment, in that we replicated our 1994 moment as a resilient nation. This 1994 moment of negotiations towards democratic dispensation was preceded by escalation of violence aimed at stalling the transition to democracy. But in 2024, despite sporadic and unjustified attacks on our independent electoral commission, citizens affirmed the election outcomes as free and fair. The affirmation of the electoral outcome by the electorate was a confirmation of our constitutional order, another key element of the 30-year milestone that is worth celebrating. We also wish to appreciate the role played by our judiciary in resolving disputes associated with electoral procedures in a way that it always strengthens our democracy. As the legislative arm of our democratic state, we crisscrossed the province in pursuit of a more inclusive electoral product by ensuring that more people register to vote. It is these strategies and more which are vital for a robust democracy, and we celebrate as part of our 30 years of an activist legislature that champions democracy. We are meeting just over a week after our country celebrated Women's Day, which is a date selected to mark a great contribution by women in the fight against apartheid and general development of our society. This is in addition to the recognition of August month as the Women's Month, serving as a poignant reminder that the freedom we celebrate today is due to the immense sacrifices made by women. Consistent with our theme, we would like also to pay tribute to a number of women, almost 50 women since 1994 to date who have served in this legislature. We have had speakers, the first speaker of the legislature, the late Reverend Mama Mtalepule Chabaku. We had Mayor Manseng Omatsopo, Elisa Sisimabe, may their souls rest in peace. Motlahomang Grace Kabate, Ntombizanele Sifuba. We had deputy speakers, Dibela Gertrude Mutupi, Susan Kisaleti Mamnumzana, Sephora Ixunia Ntombela, Maria Pezane Charlotte Lobe, and Lucy Nombulelo Mapena. The first secretary of this legislature was a woman, honorable member who's sitting here now, Elsabi Rockman. We also had premiers. We had the first premier as a woman, the late Dr. Ivy Matipe Kasaburi, Mayor Winky Direko, Mayor Beatrice Mashoff, and may their souls rest in peace. And today we have Mayor Letsuwa Matai. We had many women. Many of these women, as I said, from all parties that are here, and they contributed to the legislative sector that we have. We would like to thank you very much for the immense contribution that you have made to this legislative system. During this period, we recognize that the likes of those who came before them, strong women like Charlotte Maxeke, Victoria Mxenge, Adelaide Tambo, Albertina Sisulu, Winnie Mandela, Josia Mpama, Bessie Hart, Ruth First, and many more. Their determination has left an indelible mark on our history. Deputy Speaker, one of our icons of our struggle, Josie Mpama, remarked that, and I quote, "Women, we can no longer remain in the background or concern ourselves only with domestic and sports affairs. The time has arrived to enter the political field and stand shoulder to shoulder with men in the struggle." That is what you have done, Sianibulela. Because of these women, it is now common cause that women's development and emancipation is a cornerstone of our government's daily efforts. At the national level, the Free State Legislature continues to cooperate and participate within the South African legislative sector through established forums such as the Speakers Forum and the Secretary Association of South Africa. Following the hosting of the opening of Parliament address by His Excellency the President, the legislative sector successfully coordinated opening of legislature address across all provinces. All legislatures have now concluded tabling their departmental budget votes. In taking forward the provision sections or Section 104 of the Constitution, the legislature will now begin the process of reviewing its strategic plan to align it with the new term of the 7th administration. During the period under review, we will be analyzing our set strategic priorities in line with the post-election cycle, our strategic outcome-oriented goals and objectives of the institution. I think it is time that we should reflect on the budget of the legislature, and we have started this discussion with the MEC for Finance. We can't have a legislature whose budget is cut as this legislature's budget has been cut. This has to come to an end, and we would work hard to make sure that this institution is funded accordingly. You can't have a legislature that would not be able to hold the executive accountable, simply because it depends on the research work done by the executive, and you expect the legislature to hold the executive accountable. So we need to build the capacity of the legislature, and we need to deal with this. It can't be, of the legislatures that we have, it is only the Eastern Cape and the Western Cape whose budget, the budget of the Premier, is more than that of the legislature. So in looking at this, we are not saying take away from the Premier's budget, but we are saying you need to consider the budget of the legislature. And it's not, nobody is doing the legislature a chance. Hallelujah, it's a chance. The legislature must function. If we have 40 million people who are registered to vote, who are eligible to vote, 27 million people are registered to vote, 16 million people go out and vote. As we committed ourselves that we must make sure that our people are their own liberators and they go out and participate in determining their own lives. It is common cause, therefore, that they cannot do that if they are not capacitated to stand up. And the legislature has to play that role. And we therefore indicate here now that we would not allow this to go on and not dealt with. Therefore, Honorable Premier and the MEC for Finance, this is very serious. It has to be taken very, very serious. As we speak, as Honorable Member Jangolson is saying, there is no money for constituency work. The parties must as well close, because that is the money that they use to go out and engage their communities. You can't have public participation that is effective when the people are not capacitated to really do their work. The legislatures have been taken to court because there are bills, there are laws that are passed, and the legislature have not dealt with public participation. And we are now taken to courts by people who believe that we have not done what the Constitution demands. So we acknowledge that a well-structured plan provides direction, helps prioritize resources, and allows for more effective decision-making, ultimately leading to greater success and fulfillment of your mission. As we will now be aligned to our work within the framework of the sector strategy, we will be able to measure the impact of our plans to our overall institutional goals. The staff complement of the legislature is standing at 153, with 11 employees on fixed-term contract and 5 contract employees, in a deliberate effort of driving a vision of a non-sexist society and institutionalizing gender equality and women's empowerment through policies and institutional arrangements. I'm happy to announce that women constitute 52% of our staff complement. Honourable members, we have initiated a process of organizational structure review to ensure that the legislature remains the employer of choice to all our people. Organizational structures are essential for achieving organizational efficiency to facilitate the integration of processes and people to support the implementation of our strategy. Currently, there are 11 funded vacant positions on our structure, which we intend to fill during the 2024-2025 financial period. We also have bolstered our management team by filling the crucial position of the Deputy Secretary to the Legislature during the third quarter of 2023-2024 financial year. Honourable members, may I therefore take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Stephen Mabalane for his appointment as the Deputy Secretary to the Legislature. We wish him all the best in this important management role. On policy development, policy formulation plays a critical role in ensuring social justice and labor peace and serves as key strategic imperative for any institution. When submitting to the Cabinet the 2020 National Policy Development Framework, acting as Director General Melusanda Mkenge emphasized that, and I quote, "If we are to improve our performance, we have to get back to the basics by improving our policy thinking capacity, strengthening policy coordination, and ensuring meaningful participation, as well as policy learnings from ex-post assessments," unquote. It is based on this understanding that the institution moved to adopt new policies and amend outdated ones, and they include the bereavement policy, the study aid policy, njalo njalo. Honourable members, it is also critical to report that the impact of the national and provincial election led to the discontinuation of the legislature program for the second quarter of 2024. The discontinuation of the program was done in terms of Rule 30, Section 4 of the Standing Rules and Orders of the Legislature, which mainly affected Program 2, the core business, in particular, sectoral parliaments. Public participation in education, Deputy Speaker, we continue to maintain strong relations with our stakeholders, including Chapter 9 and 10 institutions. As part of our stakeholders' engagement plan, we have held meetings with the Public Protector of South Africa to harmonize relations and to assess the impact of the existing Memorandum of Understanding between the two institutions. We met South African Local Government Association to sign a Memorandum of Understanding to formalize working relationships. A delegation from Provincial People's Congress from Jiangsu, China, on sharing approaches to lawmaking processes and public participation. Furthermore, the Office of the Speaker managed to execute the following activities across the district: Youth Parliament held in Welkom. This is very important for us. We need to have a Youth Parliament that is not sitting only during the month. Parties that are involved here should actually have a Youth Parliament that will look into the interest and the affairs of young people in the Free State and make sure that you've got young people participating in our democracy. The ID campaign, Freni Gwinwala commemoration, the traditional leadership dialogue, the mass prayer for peaceful election, and all many others. While addressing CASAC in January 2011, the first Speaker of our democratic parliament, Dr. Freni Gwinwala, said, and I quote, "Accountability is rules-based and flows from the responsibility that one is charged with or a responsibility that one assumes. It requires reporting, explanations of actions, disclosure and assumption of responsibility," unquote. Honourable members, other mechanisms of ensuring accountability established and implemented effectively by the legislature in the last years include recording debates, votes, and discussions verbatim. Central to the mandate of Hansard Directorate is eliminating language barriers during public meetings, sittings, and committees to translate all official documents into the 3 official languages in the Free State: Sotho, Afrikaans, and English, as well as sign language. Deputy Speaker, number 3 is that we also boast the unique capabilities of translating from all official languages of South Africa to the 3 official languages in our province. This speaks directly to the recruitment strategy of the legislature, the skill base of our staff, and the quality of answered material produced on a continuous basis. Our institution is part of collaborative efforts at the level of the South African Legislative Communication and Stakeholder Forum. Through these efforts, the sector regularly evaluates the standardization of communication protocols through customization of all provincial legislatures' communication strategies with that of the sector. Our communications multidisciplinary approach scorecard produced 27,000 outcomes, the impact of which led to increased awareness and access to information. Furthermore, our professional team provides support to the Society of Clerks at the Table Africa Region editorial board led by our secretary to the legislature as the convener. The maintenance of Raadsaal, fourth Raadsaal. Deputy Speaker, the Department of Public Works is responsible for structural and maintenance of the fourth Raadsaal. We trust that the dilapidated state of this building will receive the urgent attention it needs from the Department of Public Works. The legislature has invested in technical equipment to improve its audio and technical support for sittings and meetings to fully migrate to a paperless environment. And I think we need also to follow issues around Ramkral and finalize that and start developing a legislature that would actually speak to the modern dynamics of these institutions. Deputy Speaker, the decision of the Speakers Forum to incorporate this program in the appropriation bill that international relations has not yet been implemented by National Treasury. The process will only be concluded when Treasury has published the changes to the legislative sector's program in the Government Gazette. The Free State Legislature, as a sub-branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, is an active participant in international relations, including participation in the activities of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. The sub-branch constitution of the CPA was adopted in the 6th legislature, followed by the launch of the sub-branch. The representation of the Commonwealth women parliamentarians will be set up as required by the sub-branch constitution. The Commonwealth Parliamentary Association has welcomed the announcement by the CPA International on the 17th of July 2024 that a bill to change the CPA's legal status has been included in the UK government's legislative program announced in the speech. As set out in the CPA strategic plan, the CPA is seeking a change in its status. The proposed bill is expected to provide the basis to confer on the CPA a legal status comparable to an international organization from a charity organization that was registered in 1971. Members of political parties support. We continue to provide administrative and financial support to honorable members and political parties as required by Section 116, subsection 2 of the Constitution. The support is provided for under Budget Program 2, called Facilities for Members and Political Parties. While the Constitution places the responsibility of administrative and financial support to parties in the legislature, it must be noted that the current budget process in relation to the budget of the legislature is that the legislature is entirely relying on the provincial executive to make reasonable allocation of constituency allowance and other allowances for political parties represented in the legislature. I've already mentioned this, and this needs to be looked at, Honorable Member Makume. This is very important that we finalize our discussion on the budget allocation of the legislature. And honourable members, the budget for vote 2 to be appropriated amounts to 257,404,000 rand, with a further statutory amount of 27,507,000 rands. The total budget allocation therefore amounts to 284,911,000 thousand rands. This is, a decrease, 21% decrease compared with the previous financial year. And this really is not acceptable, not at all. And I really want members to take this, as I said, very serious. We are talking here, and we would want to make a point that this has to be corrected. Among the areas affected by the shortfall is the funding for political parties, operational expenses where the legislature has to represent the country at the Commonwealth, capital item which needs replacement, and review of organizational structure. The severe cut in allocation, if compared with the previous financial period, will have a devastating effect on funding of constituents to political parties, to such an extent that if funding is not forthcoming, political parties may be forced to close constituency offices, and this is not what is going to happen. The situation calls for this House to take action to rectify the shortfall and for the Treasury to adjust the baseline allocation over the medium-term strategic framework period. I know the Treasury has difficulties, but it has to deal with this one. Otherwise, the medium term or whatever that is, I pass up. The advice again, Matkabano Gogba, Nilunge. We allowed this one to pass because we did not want to create problems, but I just want to say to all of you, this is very important. We should really take it serious, and we need to have a legislature that is able to visit projects and hold executive accountable. We need to do our constituency work. We need to make sure that public participation happens, a quality one, and we need to have education. It should not be because the law stipulates that we must have public participation. We need to have active, involved, and informed citizens to participate in government, and this is very important for us. But also, we need worried about the participation of the members of our public in our election. We really need to up our game and make sure that our people are mobilized to participate in this democracy. In other countries, it is an offense not to vote. It is seen as a civic duty, but we need to have a civic education, and this legislature must take this very serious. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Dukwana. We now proceed to motion 5. The Deputy Secretary shall now read motion 5.
That leave be granted for the second and third reading of the Appropriation Bill, Bill 2 of 2024.
The Honorable MEC for Treasury, Mr. Makume.
Honorable Speaker, I move.
Any discussion? None. Any objection?
None.
None approved. The question before the House is that the Appropriation Bill, Bill 2 of 2024 be read for the second time. I put the question. Those in favor will say aye, and those against will say no. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is approved. The Secretary shall now read the bill for the second time.
Appropriation Bill, B2 of 2024.
When does the Honorable MEC propose the committee stage to be taken?
Honorable Speaker, I propose that the committee stage be taken now.
The chairperson of committees shall now take the chair.
I wish to remind the House of the provisions of the standing rules and orders. When the House is in committee stage, I wish to put the votes and the schedule of the bill, then clauses and the short title. Also, in the event honorable members want to register their declarations on the votes of the appropriation bill, they must do so in terms of Rule 194, subsection 8 of the standing rules and orders. I put vote 1 to vote 5. Any discussion?
None.
Any objection? Is ahead. Honorable Van Vuren.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Yes, we're going to object. Vote 1, Department of the Premier. The DA objects on the basis that the department receives an inflated allocation which could be prioritized to improve services in departments like health and education. Allocations for the CDWs could also be used better in other departments to create sustainable jobs. The Service Delivery Integrated Centre task team does not meet its obligations of delivering services to communities. Vote 2, the Free State Legislature. The DA objects on the basis that the institution receives a low allocation which hinders the institution's ability to fill out its mandate effectively. And vote 3, the Department of Economic, Small Business Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs. The DA objects on the basis that the department continues to fund the MAP Special Economic Zone and that the FDC remains an entity of the department which has not produced sufficient economic development within the province. And I'll hand this in. Thank you.
Second hand, Honorable Klute.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Also note the objections by the Freedom Front Plus, especially on vote 4, Treasury. Measures by the department to ensure sound and compliant financial management, especially in municipalities, and funds to that end do not change the financial situation of local government. Considering the poor track record relating to funded budget in the Free State municipalities, it is evident that money spent in this regard remain fruitless. Also in vote 5, health, although the department appears to be underfunded, it also appears that general management rather than financial constraints only affect service delivery. This is evident in the thousands of backlogs in medical surgeries in the province. I will submit my declarations.
Thank you very much. The objections are noted. Vote 1 to 5. Approved. I put vote 6 to vote 10. Any discussions? Any objection? I note the Honorable Van Vuren.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Vote 8, Department of COCTA. The DA objects on the basis that financial resources continue to be prioritised to take over the service delivery responsibilities of municipalities, which should be self-sustaining. The department has shown no progress in turning around municipalities and improving service delivery. The DA also objects to the fact that too little money is being made available for disaster funding and functional disaster management. Vote 10, Community Safety, Roads and Transport. The DA objects on the basis that every year the department struggles to spend its infrastructure budget in line with its core mandate. Contractors have been appointed that led to poor service delivery and end up in court cases which still hamper service delivery. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable Klute.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Let me start with vote 10. The FF Plus objects to all votes 6 to 10, but let me start with vote 10. The department remains underfunded policy-wise. However, challenges regarding to road infrastructure, especially relating to poor road project management, remains a threat to infrastructure development and maintenance. And on vote 8 on Kochter, measures by the department to ensure sound and compliant financial management in municipalities and funds to this end do not change the financial situation of local government. So money spent in this regard remain fruitless. Thank you.
2 objections are noted. The motion is approved. I put vote 11 to vote 13. Any discussions? Any objection? Honorable Van Vuren.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Vote 11, Agriculture and Rural Development. The DA objects on the basis that the department should play a more definitive role in ensuring that disaster relief funds are paid out to crisis-stricken areas or individuals, and that the department continues to underspend and underperform with regards to farmer support. Money gets spent on projects that have no long-term support to beneficiaries. Then vote 12, Department of Sports, Arts, Culture. The DA objects on the basis that there's still 18 million budgeted for Makufi, although we heard that it's been cancelled, and the possible or the fiscal dumping that takes place through allocation to organizations. Then vote 13, Human Settlements. The DA objects to the basis that the department continues to underspend on its budget without resource. This department will forfeit approximately 670 million over the medium-term framework. Thank you, Chair.
Don't forget to submit the objection, Honorable Klute.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. FF Plus objects to votes 11 to 13, and with specific reference to vote 13, human settlements. The department continues to perform poorly. The more than 770 project backlogs continue to deprive Free State residents of decent housing, and surrenders by this department continuously also remain a concern. Thank you.
2 objections are noted. The motion is approved. I put clause 1 on definitions. Any discussions? Any objection? Motion is approved. I put clause 2 on appropriation. Any discussions? Any objection? Motion is approved. I put clause 3 on short title. Any discussions? Any objections? Motion is approved. I put the schedules. Any discussions? Any discussions, honorable members? Any objections? Motion is approved. What does the honorable MEC propose?
Honorable Chairperson, I propose that the House be informed that the Committee of the Whole House has approved the bill without amendments.
Any discussions? Any objections? Honorable Van Vuren.
Thank you, Chair. The appropriation bill, the DA objects overall because this budget is a budget for the 6th administration, which has a record of poor service delivery in the Free State. The DA will reassess our position on the budget when the 7th administration presents its own budget, and they had an opportunity to indicate whether it is able to bring positive change to the Free State. I thank you, Chair.
Honorable Klute.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. The FF Plus objects to the 2024 MTF budget for the Free State Province entirely. The province continues to be highly socially orientated, whilst the budget allows very little for infrastructure. With measures to this end already being implemented, the Free State government need to consider other avenues to improve self-generating income as well. Thank you.
2 objections are noted. The motion is approved. I will report to the House that the bill has been approved without amendments. The Speaker shall now take the chair.
The Honorable Chairperson of Committees may report to the House on proceedings during committee stage. Honorable Chair of Chairs. We're on page 11.
Honourable Speaker, I wish to report to the House that the Committee of the Whole House has approved the bill without amendment.
The question before the House is that the bill be read for the third time. I put the question. Those in favor will say aye, and those against will say no. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against? Note that the ayes definitely have it. The motion is then approved. The Secretary shall now read the bill for the third time.
Appropriation Bill B2 of 2024.
Honorable members, this brings us to the end of the business of the House today. Before the House adjourns, I wish to make the following announcements. The honorable members and guests should remain seated at their allocated seats as the Sergeant at Arms, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, and the Secretary leave the House. The guests should remain at their allocated seats while honorable members leave the House, and that all guests are invited for lunch. Our lunch is behind the House to my left, and the lunch is for all members and guests that are here today. The House shall now adjourn until further notice. The House is adjourned.